Chapter 1298. The two people who were speaking were carefully approaching the coffin. There was only one path, so they still had to walk past the coffin. And Lin finally caught a clear glimpse of the two people who were approaching him. They were two Stone Tribe powerful beings. Ah, Master, I remember now. Isn't this Lin's coffin? That's Lin in there. The younger Stone Tribe young man exclaimed in surprise, and Lin was quite relieved to see that his opponent wasn't blind at least. The older Stone Tribe powerful being immediately slapped the younger Stone Tribe powerful being across the face. This is all fake. This is an illusion, understand? This is a trap. This is all an illusion created by the Peach Blossom Formation to lure you over. The younger Stone Tribe powerful being was enlightened upon hearing this. Master is right. F*CKU, you're clearly spouting nonsense. And Lin couldn't take it anymore. At this moment, the older Stone Tribe powerful being stroked his mossy beard with a smug expression. Disciple, you're still too young. Learn from me. Yes, Master. The younger Stone Tribe powerful being replied with an elated expression. And Lin didn't want to say anything anymore. He decided to just let them leave. Otherwise, he would have to be bullied by these two idiots. If the heavenly peach tree in his storage ring was taken by them, then it would be a huge loss. Stone Tribe powerful beings like to think about this and that, and they lived like philosophers. As such, they tended to overthink things and were prone to overthinking. The Stone Tribe's imagination was actually a good thing for Lin's safety. This was fantastic news. Piss off, and Lin thought to himself. Wait, Master, something's not right. I can sense that there really is a life form within the coffin, and its life force fluctuations are no different from those of Lin. The younger Stone Tribe powerful being spoke with an excited expression. The older Stone Tribe powerful being's footsteps faltered, and Lin's heart jolted, and a peculiar smile suddenly appeared on his face as he turned toward the two Stone Tribe living beings. Come on, fellow Taoists! His voice was ethereal and extremely enticing, as if he were a young maiden welcoming a guest. I am the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal Sect, and Lin. If you can open the coffin lid for me, I'll give you an entire heavenly peach tree. After saying that, a mysterious smile appeared on Lin's face. The two Stone Tribe living beings were given a massive fright and hurriedly retreated. Master, he says he's Lin. The young Stone Tribe Cultivator yelled before quickly coming to his senses. That can't be right, Master. If that person was Lin, why would he try to convince us to open the coffin? He would want nothing more than for us to leave. So, this must be part of the illusion, a trap, right? And Lin was extremely gratified and couldn't help but praise him. As expected of the intelligent Stone Tribe, their imagination was completely accurate. The young Stone Tribe living being sighed with emotion. I have to say, this peach blossom forest is truly terrifying. To think that he could disguise himself as an immobile Lin. His words and life force aura are all flawless and flawless. I'm sure the trap would have been triggered as soon as we open the coffin. The first trap is already so terrifying. No wonder no living beings have been able to obtain the heavenly peaches on the 3 heavenly peach trees after so long. And Lin lay in the coffin and tried his best not to burst into laughter as he praised himself for being so smart. Sure enough, sometimes admitting to something was better than not admitting to something, making others think that it was fake. Wait, just as Lin was gloating over his success, an ancient voice that seemed to be imbued with wisdom suddenly sounded beside his ear. The old Stone Tribe living being pointed at Lin with an excited expression. Don't be fooled by his appearance. The Lin in the coffin is the real deal. What do you mean? You also said that this was a trap. The young Stone Tribe living being was perplexed. That was before, but things are different now. The old Stone Tribe living being waved a hand with a serious expression. You have to realize that after you detected Lynn's life force fluctuations, our original plan was to open the coffin to see what was going on. The man in the coffin suddenly told you to open the coffin. Isn't that a completely unnecessary move? He's doing this in order to mislead you into thinking that this coffin is a trap. In other words, he's doing this because he doesn't want you to open the coffin. The old stone tribe living being was imbued with wisdom, as if he had already seen through the truth. The young stone tribe living being's body trembled with excitement. So what Lin said was a trap. So the real Lin in the coffin is the real Lin. That's right, he's severely wounded, so he can only hope for us to leave. I was almost fooled. You're so awesome, Master. And Lin was dumbstruck. This wasn't right. Wasn't he supposed to be an idiot? How did his IQ suddenly go up? At this moment, the two stone tribe living beings were already making their way toward Lin with sinister smiles on their faces. Hee, I heard there's a heavenly peach tree in sect leader Lin's storage ring. Master, let's split it 50-50. What did you say? I'll give you another chance to rephrase your words. 60-40. Let's split 60-40. It's only 20-80. I was the one who discovered the truth. Wah. How about 30-70? 3-7-21. Sounds better. All right, then 30-70 it is. And Lin. All of a sudden, the young stone tribe living being's footsteps faltered. Something's not right, Master. What is it? The old stone tribe living being asked. The young stone tribe living being replied, How do you know that the man in the coffin is Lin? The traps in the cherry blossom forest are extremely unpredictable. Perhaps the trap knows that the man in the coffin is trying to bait you into believing that the man in the coffin is Lin in order to make you lower your guard and believe that the man in the coffin is Lin. We'll go from approaching the trap with our guard down to approaching the trap with our guard down. This is also part of the trap. The young stone tribe living being's words made the old stone tribe living being shudder as his eyes lit up. You're right, the old stone tribe living being said. And Lin. The two stone tribe living beings decided to leave, and Lin hadn't even heaved a sigh of relief yet. Something's not right, the old stone tribe living being said. What is it? The young stone tribe living being asked. Do you think what you think is correct? How do you know that Lin isn't trying to bait you into thinking that this is a trap? Then bait me into thinking that this isn't a trap. Then bait you into thinking that this is a trap, thereby leading us to decide to stay away from him. Who do you think the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect is? His aptitude is unmatched, and his strategy is unparalleled. It's very likely that he has already guessed what you and I are thinking. That's right, it's very likely that he has already thought of this. He's actually Lin. The old stone tribe living being spoke with an excited expression. The young stone tribe living being paused momentarily. Master is so wise. And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. What were they talking about? The young stone tribe living being had yet to reach the coffin when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Wait, Master. What if the spell formation is an extremely intelligent spell formation? It's trying to bait me into thinking that it's Lin. And it's trying to bait you into thinking that it's not Lin. It's trying to bait me into thinking that it's Lin through its life force aura. And it's trying to bait me into thinking that it's not Lin. It's trying to bait you into thinking that it's Lin. And it's trying to bait me into thinking that it's not Lin. In the end, it's trying to bait you into thinking that it's Lin, thereby baiting us into thinking that we've finally learned the truth. This is actually part of the trap. The young stone tribe living being made a logical deduction as his eyes glowed with wisdom. The old stone tribe living being pondered for a moment before nodding. You're right. The two stone tribe living beings were just about to leave the coffin. The old stone tribe living being suddenly stopped in his tracks. Wait, how do you know that Lin hasn't thought of this? Perhaps he's trying to bait you into thinking that he's wrong. I think that he's right, and you think that he's right. The two stone tribe living beings continued to analyze the situation. Within the blood-soul jade coffin, and Lin's eyes were glazed over as he stared up into the sky. There was only one thought in his mind. Am I in Lin or not? Chapter 1299. And Lin was starting to doubt himself. He had been completely confused. The two stone tribe living beings near the coffin began to discuss more and more in depth. The depth of their discussion had already exceeded Lin's imagination, and it had escalated to an extremely mysterious and peculiar level. The discussion continued for a while longer. The young stone tribe prodigy spoke with excitement. Master, you're saying that the person within the coffin is Lin of Schrödinger. The old stone tribe living being. That's right, Lin of Schrödinger. Lin. The conversation between the two of them had changed again. The old stone tribe living being waved a hand through the air as he began to explain. Life has no roots and is like a speck of dust. Lin within the coffin is actually in a state that is neither real nor fake. He could be Lin, but he could also be a trap. These two states could very well be stacked on top of one another. Before we open the coffin, we won't be able to ascertain what kind of state Lin is in. The discussion went on until they arrived at a conclusion that was almost completely nonsensical. Lin was completely speechless. He was now absolutely certain that these two stone tribe living beings were idiots who were overthinking things. Then what should we do now, Master? The young stone tribe prodigy was at his wits' end. That depends on our choice. Is it worth it to take such a risk just for the immortality peach tree's immortality peaches? The old stone tribe living being spoke in a slow voice. If the coffin is a trap, then we could very well be eliminated. There are still 3 heavenly peach trees in the cherry blossom forest, waiting for us to fight over. Why should we be so hung up on one tree? The young stone tribe living being expressed his opinion, and Lin yelled in agreement. This young prodigy was very smart. But have you thought about how difficult it would be to fight over those 3 heavenly peach trees? We haven't even reached the Tao integration stage. So wouldn't we be committing suicide by going there? But now, an opportunity has appeared before our eyes. This is a test, and it's also the will of the heavens, the old stone tribe living being murmured. Master is wise. The young stone tribe living being was elated. Just like that, after a short discussion, the 2 fools decided to open the coffin and examine the corpse, and Lin was about to cry. In the end, he still couldn't escape the teasing of fate. In the Sky Vault Hall, the battle was still being broadcasted live. Many mighty figures noticed Lin's predicament and were all amused. This is probably the most awkward contestant in the competition for the Saturn Peach, and they're the most pitiful contestants. They can only lie there like idiots and wait for their next tragic fate. I'm starting to feel sorry for sect leader Lin. Can he make a comeback? Turn the tables, my ass. If he could turn the tables, he would have done it long ago. Did he suddenly jump out of his coffin and become a zombie? The great existences discussed fervently. Holy angel Michael of the Garden of Eden couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Who would have thought that you would end up like this? So what if you fought me with your life on the line? In the end, you still ended up benefiting someone else. Your final exit is even more humiliating than mine. Zhu Shan was extremely elated, and she couldn't help but burst into laughter. And Lin, why don't you stop being so arrogant? Hee, let's see what you can do now. There's nothing you can do except wait for your enemies to slowly approach you. Are you scared? Are you in despair? I can finally see you being tortured. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Zhu Shan stared at Lin with wide eyes, as if the sight of Lin being tortured was her greatest source of joy. The 2 stone tribe mighty figures unleashed defensive spell techniques to materialize a white barrier of light around their bodies before carefully opening the coffin. Rumble! The lid of the coffin was pushed open to reveal Lin. Oh, it really is Lin! The young stone tribe prodigy exclaimed with excitement. And Lin was in despair, but he still forced himself to maintain a seductive smile as he spoke in a seductive voice. Come here, my baby! You've successfully opened the coffin lid for me. So my storage ring is yours now. Come and take it." The young stone tribe prodigy's body stiffened with a hint of hesitation. "Disciple, believe in your own deductions and beliefs. Don't be fooled by others." The old stone tribe mighty figure harumphed coldly at Enlin before making a grabbing motion toward Enlin. "You're just a useless piece of trash. Not only am I going to take your storage ring, I'm also going to pummel you. What are you going to do to me?" Right at this moment, Enlin's eyes turned cold as he glared at the stone tribe mighty figure. "Oh my, I'm so scared. Come and strike me." The old stone tribe mighty figure smiled. The more Enlin acted like this, the more certain he was that his deductions were correct. Whoosh! A dazzling golden sword projection tore through the air, reducing the peach blossoms on the path to dust. Peerless sword intent enshrouded every corner of this space, forcing all living beings to submit to it. The two stone tribe living beings were struck by an extremely terrifying sword intent at the same time, and a sense of impending doom welled up in their hearts. "Look out! There's no time." Not only was the golden sword projection extremely powerful, but it was also extremely fast, and it instantly sliced through the bodies of the two stone tribe living beings, sending blood and rubble flying through the air. How could this be? Did I really just get struck? The old stone tribe mighty figure stared at Enlin in shock, unable to comprehend what had just happened. "Master, this is a trap. A terrifying trap." The young stone tribe mighty figure let loose a wail of anguish as a protective golden light erupted from his body. "No, it's not a trap." The other stone tribe mighty figure turned around with a golden light emanating from his body. And Lin was also looking at the direction from which the sword projection had come with anticipation. He had struck at the most critical moment. He had saved him from peril. Was this a teammate? A lithe and graceful woman in a black dress appeared before them. Her snowy skin was a faint pink color in the light of the peach blossoms, and a sinister smile appeared on her face, making her appear quite seductive. The two stone tribe living beings came to a sudden realization, and Lin drew a sharp intake of breath, and his face paled as if he had just lost his parents. "Mr. Lin will be waiting for you outside." The old stone tribe mighty figure chortled with glee. "I'll be waiting for you, sect leader Lin." The little stone tribe mighty figure also felt better, and he bade farewell to Enlin in a friendly manner. They weren't saying this because they were truly friendly. Rather, it was because of the powerful being that had arrived. It was Black Spirit Snake. He had finally escaped from the wolf's den, only to fall into the tiger's den. He was just lying in a coffin, yet he could still feel such fear and trepidation. What the F***CK is wrong with me? What kind of a bully is this? And Lin was on the brink of tears. There was no worst, only worse. This was a perfect example of what had happened to him. Honestly, he would rather have been knocked out by those two idiots from the stone tribe than fall into Black Spirit Snake's hands. At this moment, Black Spirit Snake had already made her way over to the coffin and was looking at Enlin with a dainty smile. Chapter 1300. Sect Leader Enlin, how have you been? Black Spirit Snake extended a greeting with a vibrant smile on her face. They had only been apart for less than an hour, so what the hell was this? And Lin's heart was racing with panic, but he still forced himself to his feet. After the lid of the coffin had been removed by the stone tribe living beings, he was able to jump out of the coffin. "I'm doing well. Thank you for your help, Ms. Black Spirit Snake." And Lin replied politely. Then his tone changed, and he continued with a cold expression. "If you had been a second slower, they would have been dead as well." He could lose the battle, but he couldn't lose the momentum. Black Spirit Snake's eyebrows perked up upon hearing this, and an irrepressible smile appeared on her face. "Wow, sect leader in Linshore is powerful. How about we have a sparring match?" "Let's talk about sparring later. Our top priority right now is to find the heavenly peach tree. And Lin puffed out his chest with a confident expression. That's right, I've already found the heavenly peach tree. Black Spirit Snake stared at the storage ring in Lin's hand with a meaningful smile on her face. And Lin, he couldn't keep up the act anymore. Black Spirit Snake pulled out her massive golden sword. It was a bit of a cliche to call it a massive sword, but Lin knew that it had an extremely domineering name. It was a divine tool, realm creation, evil vanquishing sword. And Lin's lips twitched upon hearing this. Why the F***CK did she have to go to such lengths to deal with a cripple like him? What was the meaning of taking out a divine artifact? Hadn't you heard of the saying, why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? And Lin grumbled internally, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he pulled out his evil-slaying sword with a cold smile on his face. Do you really want to fight? You're going to regret this. All right, and Lin, stop pretending. Even I'm feeling sorry for you. A brilliant golden light erupted from Black Spirit Snake's massive sword. Don't worry, I'll be very gentle, and Lin's expression faltered upon hearing this. The ferocious Black Spirit Snake wanted to be gentle? A smile appeared on Black Spirit Snake's face as she wriggled her long and slender snake tail. I'm not going to eliminate you with a single sword strike. Instead, I'm going to slowly and gently slice open your skin so that my blood will cover your entire body. I'm going to make you experience pain, and I'm going to make you experience something you've never experienced before. The woman smiled gently, but when her words entered in Lin's ears, it was bone-chilling, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice house. What kind of F***king gentleness is this? Just how big of a grudge was this? And Lin couldn't hold it in any longer. If this went on, he would definitely be abused. From the looks of the woman in front of him, she wasn't joking. She really wanted to chop Lin slowly with her sword. I'm telling you, if you really come over here, I'm not going to hold back anymore. And Lin gripped his evil-slaying sword tightly as he spoke in an agitated voice. Sure, don't stand on ceremony. Black Spirit Snake's tail whipped through the air as her body tore through the air toward Lin. At the same time, her gigantic sword glowed with a holy golden light under the sunlight as it slashed down. It was too fast for Lin to dodge. Even though Lin was no match for her, he still let loose an almighty roar as he slashed toward Black Spirit Snake with his evil-slaying sword. So slow, Black Spirit Snake couldn't help but chuckle. At this speed, she would be able to hack at Lin a dozen or so times before Lin's sword struck her body. However, the gigantic sword hadn't even landed yet. A light breeze blew past. A black figure suddenly appeared. Fair and delicate feet, a petite body, a pair of clear yet pure black eyes, and a chubby little face. That's right, this was an extremely adorable little girl. The little girl extended a delicate hand and grabbed onto Lin's evil-slaying sword, as if she were instructing Lin on how to swing the sword. The speed of the evil-slaying sword suddenly increased explosively by over 100 times. Everything had happened in the blink of an eye. Black Spirit Snake's pupils contracted, and she didn't even have a chance to react before the smile on her face disappeared. A sword projection had already flashed past. Chi! Blood splattered through the air. A ghastly gash was sliced into Black Spirit Snake's black dress, from which blood gushed forth. Her face was filled with incredulity as she stared blankly at the little girl who had suddenly appeared before her. What the hell is this? The little girl pursed her lips and spoke in a tender yet domineering voice. Humph! Have you ever seen a ghost as adorable as me? She clasped her fingers together to form a sword before slashing it toward the evil-slaying sword as she spoke. Whoosh! A sword ringing sounded. Bam! A huge burst of blood suddenly erupted from the spot where Black Spirit Snake had been struck by the evil-slaying sword. So that sword strike wasn't just an ordinary strike. It had also planted a sword-intense seed within her body. It was only waiting for it to sprout and blossom into the most vibrant flower of blood. A golden light enshrouded black spirit snake's entire body. The Tao observation technique had already determined that black spirit snake had been eliminated. I lost just like that. Black spirit snake's eyes were glazed over, as if she had yet to come to her senses. And Lin came to his senses, and even though he had countless questions in his mind, it didn't affect him in the slightest as he clasped his hands behind his back and put on a resigned expression. He heaved a faint sigh. I told you not to fight me. Otherwise, I wouldn't hold back. Look, you've been insta-killed by me, haven't you? Black spirit snake seemed to have been enraged as blood trickled down the corners of her lips. And Lin, you've had an unfair advantage. The woman's eyes were red. She was extremely angry, and there were sparkling and translucent tears swirling in her eyes. She had never won a single battle against Lin. In the small phoenix world, her phoenix egg had been snatched away by Lin. On Earth, her clothes had been torn to shreds by Lin's self-invented nuclear fist. In the Tao observation technique, she had been eliminated by Lin with a single sword strike. And Lin immediately tried to salvage the situation upon discovering that she was about to burst into tears. It's all right. You'll get used to losing a few more times. Black spirit snake. Little Xia and Lin, just you wait. I'm going to pay you back 100-fold for the pain you suffered today. Black spirit snake's indignant voice reverberated throughout heaven and earth. She was teleported out of this world after uttering this sentence. At this moment, within the heavenly palace, all of the mighty figures present were in an uproar again. Most of the mighty figures who were watching other battles turned their eyes toward Lin's screen. The sudden appearance of this black-robed little girl had completely shattered their imaginations and created a massive stir in the entire palace. My God, where did this little girl come from? Gasp! She's way too powerful. She insta-killed Black Spirit Snake. Holy F asterisk CK. What kind of bizarre things can happen to Lin? Say, have you guys noticed? This little girl is a little strange, but she's really adorable. Sigh, now that you mention it, I really want to pinch her cheeks. The little girl's appearance created quite a stir in the heavenly palace. There were even many mighty figures who had guessed the little girl's identity, but they didn't dare to confirm it. At the Heavenly Sword Sex banquet table, Zhu Shan stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before her eyes. How could this be? How could this be? She was looking forward to the scenes of Black Spirit Snake torturing Lin, but the scenes unfolding before her eyes felt like a vicious slap to the face. Torture? No way. And Lin insta-killed Black Spirit Snake with a single sword strike. Lu Mingxian took a deep breath as he looked at the little girl in black. That's a sword spirit. There's no mistaking it. And Lin's sword has also nurtured a spirit, and it's an extremely high-level sword spirit. Chapter 1301. Sword Spirit? Lu Mingxuan's words sent shockwaves rippling through the crowd. Among the thousands of powerful beings attending the Heavenly Peach Banquet, Lu Mingxian was most likely the most knowledgeable about swords. Hence, when Lu Mingxian said that the little girl in black was a sword spirit, many of the powerful beings had already confirmed their suspicions. Sword spirit? How could he unleash the power of a sword spirit in that world? Weren't all of its powers restricted? Normal immortal tools wouldn't even be able to unleash 99% of the power of the immortal tool, let alone unleash the power of a sword spirit. That's right. There's no way that a sword spirit like this should have the power to escape from its weapon. So why isn't Lin able to use it? All of the mighty figures were perplexed. Zhu Shan jumped up with excitement and yelled at the 5 celestial court emperors. Emperors, and Lin has already violated the rules of this event by using the power of a sword spirit without permission. He should be punished. But the rules of this event didn't prohibit the use of sword spirits, Emperor Zui said in an indifferent voice. My husband's sword also has a sword spirit, but he didn't use it, Zhu Shan retorted. The Tao observation space of heaven and earth has its own restrictive power. He didn't use it because he couldn't, not because he didn't want to, Emperor Changsheng replied mercilessly. Zhu Shan. The atmosphere became a little awkward. Zhu Shan turned to Lu Mingxian with a guilty expression, as if to say, I'm sorry, I didn't start this on purpose. Why? Why is he able to use it? My husband is more powerful than him, and his sword spirit is an ancient sword spirit that has existed for tens of thousands of years. How is it inferior to him? Zhu Shan was extremely aggrieved, but she still refused to concede defeat. The celestial Thearchus' hand rested on the black divine tool, and he carefully sensed it for a while before replying, I can sense the aura of that little girl. It is indeed the aura of a sword spirit, however, she's very special. Under normal circumstances, it's the small world within my divine tool that has a restrictive power over all living beings within it. However, she's very powerful, and she has a restrictive power over the world within my divine tool. It's exactly because of this that she's able to materialize her power of the divine Tao, even though she's not at the Tao integration stage. Even my heaven and earth can't stop her. As soon as the Sky Emperor's words fell, it was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Zhu Shan was completely rooted to the spot. The Celestial Emperor's words rang in her mind, and Lin's sword spirit could suppress the heaven and earth within the heavenly Dharch divine weapon? There was no way the celestial Dharch would lie under such circumstances. In that case, the amount of information revealed by those words was a little terrifying. Countless experts and almighties once again turned their attention to the adorable little girl. This time, no one dared to tease him. After all, in front of them was a ferocious sword spirit that was beyond common sense. As for Zhu Shan and Lu Mingxian, no one was paying attention to them anymore. Even if they did, it was with a hint of schadenfreude in their eyes. The battle between Lu Mingxian and Enlin finally ended with Lu Mingxuan's crushing defeat. He had truly lost all face. As for the matter regarding the sword spirit, he had used his own strength to go against the heavens and earth. Who could give an appropriate reason to stop him? If you have what it takes, why don't you let your artifact spirit out? You can't even let it out. Inside the universe of Tao comprehension. And Lin pinched the little girl's chubby cheeks with an elated expression. Little Xia, why did you come out? If you had come out earlier, I wouldn't have had to be so scared. I was just analyzing this heaven and earth. Little Xia wore a fake smile as she stared at Enlin with her dead fish eyes. What? And Lin was at a complete loss. Nothing. I don't want to talk to idiots. Little Xia waved a hand and didn't continue. And Lin was now able to circulate a wisp of vital energy, and he was able to stash the coffin into his storage ring with great difficulty. Little Xia looked at Enlin's feeble body, and a bold idea suddenly sprouted in her mind. That's right, evil was born from evil. Little Xia, it's great that you were able to come out. You're the only one I can rely on here. And Lin held tightly onto Little Xia's soft little hand with a sincere expression. Little Xia opened her mouth as she felt the warmth in her hand, but she nodded in the end. Oh, she didn't know why, but her bold idea gradually faded away upon hearing Lin's words. And Lin heaved a secret sigh of relief upon seeing this. That was way 2F* King close. Thank God he managed to pacify her. Without her divine weapon origin energy, Little Xia was like a living bomb that could explode at any moment. Not only that, but Enlin's combat prowess was so low, so he was the easiest target. If Little Xia were to recall that unpleasant incident from before and try to take revenge, then the situation would become extremely tragic. And Lin held onto Little Xia's hand as they carefully walked along the peach blossom path. Pink flower petals fell upon their bodies under the light of the sun, bringing with them a faint peach aroma. This was a very harmonious and natural scene, as if a big brother and a little sister were taking a stroll in the park. It was an indescribably warm and beautiful scene. Little Xia, You were so cool just then. Even Black Spirit Snake was insta-killed by you. Is insta-killing the 10th stage Dao Body Black Spirit Snake really something to be proud of? Of course I'm proud. As long as I can bully her, then I'm proud. No wonder Black Spirit Snake hates you to the core. Sigh. Speaking of which, what's your current combat power level? Little Xie's brows furrowed slightly, and she seemed to be in deep thought for a while before replying. Even though I can suppress this world, in order to maintain the stability of this space, I can only unleash spirit nurturing stage power, and Lin was a little concerned. That's still a little dangerous. When Michael combined his vital energy and Holy Spirit power, he was able to unleash power comparable to a half-step soul formation stage, or even a soul formation stage super mighty figure. Little Xie looked straight ahead. By spirit nurturing stage, I'm referring to the spirit nurturing stage with you as the reference. Then we're invincible, and Lin was ecstatic. I'm invincible. What does that have to do with you? Little Xie rolled her eyes. It's the same thing, and Lin was extremely elated. He was going to hug little Xie's short legs for sure. He was going to hug little Xie tightly. Thus, and Lin continued to follow behind little Xie. Be careful. There's a peach blossom miasma up ahead. Little Xie suddenly yelled before slicing the peach blossom miasma in half with her sword. The two of them quickly flew through the gap between the two halves of the miasma. Little Xie, you're awesome. And Lin cheered on little Xie with all his might. Not long after that. Be careful. This is the merciless flying flower formation. It's a very terrifying killing formation, little Xie suddenly said before violently slicing the killing formation up ahead. And Lin, little Xie, you're awesome. At a fork in the road, there were 5 different winding paths. Little Xie pointed a finger at the 4th path. This way. Why? And Lin was perplexed. An innocent smile appeared on little Xie's face. I can hear the sounds of battle from that direction. There are more enemies for me to bully. And Lin, little Xie, you're awesome. Chapter 1302. Charge. This passageway must belong to our divine agriculture imperial family. A man in a jade robe roared, and the other 3 members of the dragon court chimed in unison. The divine agriculture imperial family is nothing to the dragon court of the eastern seas. A slightly elderly man with a pair of horns on his head also roared. The 4 dragon tribe members behind him also roared as they engaged in battle with the divine agriculture imperial family cultivators. There were 5 of them against 4 divine agriculture imperial family cultivators, so they had a better chance of winning. Oh, if it isn't Mr. Ao Meng. And Lin extended a greeting toward the leader of the dragon court. He looked at the 5 dragon court members. Ao Xiao wasn't participating in the event, so there were 4 returned to void stage mighty figures, 1 soul formation stage mighty figure, and Ao Qingyu. And Lin was feeling a little disgruntled. Why were they able to gather their teammates? Where were my teammates? Ao Meng was initially given a fright by the sight of Enlin before an expression of ecstasy appeared on his face. Mr. Enlin, I can sense that you're in a very bad state right now. How about this? Hand over the heavenly peach tree in your storage ring to me, and we'll protect you. You have to realize that the divine agriculture imperial family is very ferocious. And Lin's expression darkened upon hearing this. How did everyone know that he had a heavenly peach tree? And he was handing over heavenly peach trees as protection fees? Did they really think he was an idiot? And Lin grumbled internally, but he knew from the greedy expression on Ao Meng's face that he wouldn't be able to stop eating **T. So he decided to just ignore him. Before Ao Meng had a chance to do anything, the divine agriculture imperial family powerful beings were already getting excited. It's Enlin, and Lin has a heavenly peach tree. Ha ha ha, the heavenly peach tree is ours. Get him. The 4 divine agriculture imperial family powerful beings pounced toward Lin. Ao Meng was not to be outdone, and he immediately roared, "Hurry up and snatch Lin over! Don't lose his heavenly peach tree protection fee." The Dragon Court and Divine Agriculture Imperial Family, powerful beings, pounced toward Lin. As for the little girl beside Lin, she was very cute, but not as cute as the immortal peach tree, so they chose to ignore her. Little Xia naturally wasn't going to take offense. She stood in front of Lin with her evil slaying sword in hand before disappearing on the spot. In an instant, the sword light turned into a series of black afterimages, and blood bloomed like flowers. Her petite body was like a bolt of lightning, and her sword was like a devouring demon. Screams of pain rang out. The speed was too fast, and the sword momentum was too terrifying. They had almost no power to resist. Little Xia quickly returned to Lin's side. Before her, 9 powerful beings were bleeding profusely, and 6 of them had even been forced out of their golden light barriers. Ao Meng, Ao Qingyu, and another male from the Divine Agriculture Imperial Family were the only ones who hadn't been struck by the golden light around their bodies. But they had also been severely wounded as they stared up ahead with astonishment etched on their faces. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that the little girl they had chosen to ignore would instantly become a terrifying existence that could instantly kill them. This kind of contrast made everyone feel that it was absurd. Where did this freakish freak come from? What terrifying sword techniques? Who are you? Could it be Black Spirit Snake? Little Xia merely wrinkled her little nose in the face of everyone's questions. Black Spirit Snake? I've already forced her out of my body. Gasp! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Ao Qingyu let loose a cry of surprise. Wait, I remember now. Isn't she that little girl from the ancient Tai Chu dragon realm? Ao Meng also came to a sudden realization. That's right, she's that sword spirit. But how could a sword spirit be so powerful? Isn't the sword spirit supposed to be here and can't manifest itself? Everyone was still confused. At this moment, little Xia disappeared on the spot again. Run! Ao Meng yelled. Before Ao Qingyu had a chance to do anything, a black sword blade had already appeared before his eyes, and it glowed with a menacing, cold light. He was a return to Void final stage cultivator and the #1 sword immortal of the Dragon Court. So his reactions were quite fast, and he immediately raised his sword to parry the oncoming sword projection. However, the black sword blade suddenly underwent a peculiar transformation. As the air twisted, the sword blade also twisted, and Ao Qingyu's sword pierced through the evil-slaying sword. Crap! Ao Qingyu was just about to hurtle back in retreat. However, the evil-slaying sword materialized at an even faster speed and slashed down. Whoosh! Ao Qingyu's body was struck again. A golden protective light was instantly activated. If it weren't for this golden protective light, his body would have most likely been sliced in half by little Xia already. The disparity between them was simply too massive. They weren't even on the same level. Little Xia didn't stop there. She stepped forward and charged toward Ao Meng. A blood-curdling wail erupted. All 5 members of the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas had been wiped out. A man in a green robe unleashed countless vines and poisonous spikes in a frenzy toward the black-robed girl. The little girl's movement techniques were like a phantom, leaving a series of afterimages in her wake as she evaded all of his attacks unscathed. She then charged toward him before unleashing another sword strike. The 4 members of the Divine Agriculture Imperial Family had been wiped out, and Lin was completely dumbstruck upon seeing this, and he couldn't help but clap his hands together. Little Xia, 666. You're invincible in this world, right? Little Xia harumphed coldly before sheathing her sword. Let's go. Hell! And Lin, you piece of trash! Ao Meng roared with indignation. What kind of hero is relying on a woman? You're just a gigolo. Ao Qingyu was also very angry. and Lin was ecstatic at the sight of the two of them within the golden light, and he pulled little Xie into his arms with a smile. "She's my sword spirit. If you have what it takes, why don't you nurture a sword spirit as powerful as her too?" Ao Meng was enraged by Lin's shameless behavior. Before they had a chance to say anything else, they were teleported out of this world. TSK, 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 what a weak opponent. And Lin wore a forlorn expression. Little Xie struggled in his arms before turning toward Lin expressionlessly with her dead fish eyes. "Are you done hugging me?" "Air." And Lin let go of her with an awkward expression before turning his eyes toward the path up ahead. This clearing was connected to 6 peach blossom paths. On the path up ahead, there were a few words composed of flower petals, upon which were inscribed the words 5 flower path. There were faint spell formation, fluctuations emanating from the entrance of the path, and there were 5 dots hovering in midair, one of which had already lit up. 5-person flower disorderly path means that only 5 people can enter? Does the lit mean 1 person has already entered? And Lin speculated. Little Xie also thought so. No wonder the Dragon Court and the Divine Agriculture Imperial family are fighting. Looks like there's a limited number of spots. The two of them walked onto the flower path without any hesitation. Little Xie's mentality was, "I'm invincible. I'm not afraid of anyone." And Lin's mentality was, "Little Xie is invincible. I'm not afraid of anyone." They walked onto the flower path. They had only just passed through the enchantment barrier when the scenery around them began to change. The path became both real and illusionary before splitting into countless intersecting paths like a tree spreading its branches and leaves. A light voice sounded in the sky. "The most powerful trapping formation, flower illusion, activate." Chapter 1303. Over 100 intertwining peach blossom paths with no end in sight appeared before everyone's eyes. It was like a maze, and no one knew where the paths led or where the end was. A series of flower petals danced in the air, creating a dreamy and mesmerizing sight. Little Xie's expression shifted slightly upon seeing this. "Be careful! There's poison in the peach blossom fragrance." And Lin immediately held his breath upon hearing this. What kind of poison is this? Is this poison powerful? Little Xie's expression was a little peculiar. It's an aphrodisiac poison. And Lin, was she trying to stir up trouble by putting this poison in the formation? In the heavenly palace, all of the powerful beings and mighty figures enjoyed fruits as they watched the show unfold. Currently, the 4-9 Immortal sect has 2 heavenly peach trees. The Hall of Creation has 1 heavenly peach tree. The 10,000 Spirits Immortal sect has 1 heavenly peach tree. The Spring Divine Tree Realm has 1 heavenly peach tree. And the Wild Phantom Tribe has 1 heavenly peach tree. There are still 3 unclaimed heavenly peach trees. Those 3 heavenly peach trees are all located in the deepest part of the peach blossom forest. Of the 800 participants, only a little over 100 remain, and most of them have discovered the peach blossom forest and entered it for the final battle. The most intense battle is finally about to begin. All of the spectators were getting a little excited. However, some people soon let loose cries of surprise. "Holy F asterisk CK, what am I seeing? My God, this..." On one of the images, a man saw a female stone tribe living being, and he took off his clothes with excitement. The female stone tribe living being also shed the moss on her body before standing up to welcome him. Everyone was astonished. Was he doing something like this in the peach blossom forest? The two of them were instantly teleported out of the peach blossom forest. After being teleported out, they were given a set of clothes to wear. Detected 2 living beings. Their mental defenses have been compromised, and they have been disqualified. The mechanical voice of the Heaven and Earth Tao observation space sounded. The man who had taken off his clothes finally came to his senses, and he stared at the female stone tribe living being with horror etched on his face. His legs gave out from under him, and he collapsed to the ground. That scared the hell out of him. He had almost done that to a rock. Not only them, but some of them had even taken off their clothes to the air in the peach blossom forest. A male disciple from the celestial artifact immortal sect of the Kingdom of the Nine States had even pounced toward the ball demon of the Hall of Creation. One by one, the contestants were eliminated in the peach blossom forest. Many of the spectating mighty figures began to understand what was going on. The most powerful trapping formation, blinding flower formation, had an extremely strong aphrodisiac effect. Moreover, it was an aphrodisiac effect that did not discriminate between races or genders. Half of the 50 or so contestants who had entered the strongest trap array had been eliminated because their mental defenses had been broken. Among them, there was a Dubai dog that was chasing butterflies excitedly. That's right, it was Dubai. The emperors of the celestial court actually dared to set up such a trial. If it weren't for the mosaics in the discordant images and the elimination mechanism of losing one's guard, I would have called the police. Tisk, TSK, to hell with your bad taste. All the supreme beings discussed among themselves. They weren't really against it, and some of them were even watching with great interest. Emotions and desires were things that all cultivators had to face. Being able to stay true to oneself and stabilize one's Tao heart was a compulsory lesson for every single cultivator. Therefore, from a fundamental point of view, this trap array was actually a good trial. On a path littered with fallen petals, the little girl held onto the man's hand as they continued onward. And no matter what obstacles stood in their way, they were all shattered by her powerful, protective true essence. This was the case for the aphrodisiac fragrance, and this was also the case for the flower petals that were imbued with killing intent. Little Xia, you really are a girl who gives others a sense of security. And Lin couldn't help but continue to praise her. Shut up, little Xia said in a cold voice. This was the 100th time that Lin had complimented her. It was quite nice at first, but it was getting annoying after a while. And Lin immediately fell silent. He had already transformed into a salted fish, and if he didn't say anything, he would have no sense of existence at all. Wherever little Xia went, he would follow. When they encountered danger, little Xia would intervene, and he would stand by her side. How was he supposed to live if he didn't even have the chance to shout 666? Little Xia's footsteps suddenly faltered as she continued onward. What's wrong, little Xia? And Lin asked. Little Xia's brows furrowed slightly as she pointed to an obvious gash on the ground, upon which remnants of sword intent could still be seen. I made that gash earlier. And Lin's heart jolted with shock. We've returned to where we came from. This is a labyrinth. He had heard of this type of scenario many times, but he still found it extremely inconceivable that it was actually happening to him. One had to realize that even though the path that they had just taken was winding and winding, it was still a path that led deeper into the labyrinth. How did they end up back where they came from? What do we do now? And Lin didn't know what to do. Little Xia looked behind her to find that the path behind them had become straight again. There were countless forks on the side, but the end of the path seemed to be the place where they had first entered the labyrinth. And Lin had also discovered this, and he became excited. I get it now. Could it be that the place where we came from is the place where we came from? Little Xia rolled her eyes. Master, your power has decreased, but has your intelligence also decreased? And Lin, little Xia held her evil-slaying sword with one hand. The exit is the direction, and the end is at the end of the direction. I'm going to use my sword to open up a true path. You're going to destroy this spell formation. And Lin was extremely excited. What kind of ridiculous spell formation is this? It can't even stand up to a single sword strike from little Xia. Little Xia was a little speechless. What makes you think a spirit-nurturing stage cultivator like me can break through a spell formation maintained by a Tao integration stage cultivator with a single sword strike? A spell formation could be adjusted, and a little game created by a powerful being could be completed in all kinds of ways. But what makes you think you can destroy a powerful being's little game with a single sword strike? And Lin was speechless. However, little Xie took the initiative to hold onto Lin's hand. And Lin was extremely flattered by her soft and smooth touch. Wasn't this happiness a little too sudden? Was little Xie finally going to change and become his sweet little darling? Hold on to me tightly. Don't blame me if you get lost, little Xie suddenly said. Huh? And Lin faltered slightly upon hearing this. Only now did he realize that little Xie had taken the initiative to hold onto his hand as she was worried that he would get lost. Little Xie closed her eyes, and she held her inky black, evil-slaying sword as she pointed her sword forward. Dazzling flower blossoms are blinding. Seeing as this is the case, I won't use my eyes. No matter how straight the path is it as straight as my sword? I'm going to open up a straight path with my sword. With that, a powerful sword light tore through the ground, extending all the way forward. And Lin's eyes widened, and he instantly understood what little Xie was thinking. She couldn't break through the spell formation by force, but she could use her sword to open up a path. She could disregard all external interference and use the straightest sword to open up a path, so there would be no twists and turns. Little Xie closed her eyes and continued forward along the path she had carved out with her sword. When she arrived at a place where there were no more cracks, she continued to open up a path with her sword. Forks? No way. Even if there were countless peach trees in her way, she would still hack them down in a straight line along the path that she had already determined in her heart. That's right, this was a straight path without any twists and turns. All types of traps appeared, including peach blossom monsters, but little Xie cut them all down with one sword strike. She broke through all the obstacles. Everything became clear. Before they knew it, the two of them had made their way out of the peach blossom forest. The air suddenly became extremely fresh, and there was extremely rich, vital energy wafting through the air, giving them a sense of comfort and comfort. Neither of them carefully inspected their surroundings. Instead, they stared intently at the trees before them. The 3 heavenly peach trees were right before their eyes. Chapter 1304. 3 heavenly peach trees swayed gently in the wind atop a slightly raised mound. All of the heavenly peaches swayed gently in the wind, and one couldn't help but want to pluck them all away. Oh, there's someone new here? A clear and faintly discernible voice suddenly sounded, and Lin turned around to discover a semi-transparent, milky white man sitting in midair looking down at him. Its eyes were like blue flames, and its body was as illusionary as the wind. One could make out a humanoid silhouette, and there were leaves and grains of sand swaying in the wind within its body. This strange living being was the Tao integration stage super mighty figure of the Hall of Creation, the Wind Walker. This is the first non-Tao integration stage super mighty figure to arrive here, right? An extremely handsome man wielded a sword in his hands with a smile on his face, and Lin's heart jolted as he looked into the distance. The sect leader of the 10,000 Spirits Immortal Sect. Xianyuan Luin was also standing here. Sect leader and Lin really is an extremely talented man. Not long ago, you were lying in a coffin, but now you've come here ahead of most of the other participants. Zhu Shuza also spoke, and there was a hint of approval and appreciation in his eyes as he looked at Lin. He naturally had to keep a close eye on his niece's Tao partner. It looked like he was very pleased with his Tao partner's performance in all aspects, and Xiaolin was a crippled but determined man. But he had managed to surpass all of the other super mighty figures through his relentless efforts to create the miracle of life. How could anyone not be moved and impressed by this? And Lin pays his respects to all of you, seniors. And Lin was given a fright by the commotion around him, and he quickly composed himself before extending a greeting. He had thought that he would be the first person to arrive at the 3 heavenly peach trees, But who would have thought that there would already be so many super mighty figures waiting for him? He looked carefully to discover that there seemed to be an extremely mundane rock golem nearby. The rock golem was looking up into the sky, and if it weren't for the two eyes on its head, he would have almost missed the fact that it was alive. And Lin had seen it during the Heavenly Peach Banquet. This was Emperor Bo Luan of the Stone Tribe. This meant that aside from him, there were 4 other Dao integration stage super mighty figures present. There's an extremely terrifying energy barrier around the 3 heavenly peach trees that even I can't break through, little Xie said with furrowed brows. And Lin suddenly came to a realization. It turned out that the 4 big shots were waiting outside because they could not enter. Then what do we do? And Lin asked, "This energy is slowly receding like the receding tide. I think it will become so weak that I can break it with brute force," little Xie continued. And Lin glanced at the big shots around him and wondered if they were thinking the same thing. "Hey, little friend and Lin, that little girl looks quite interesting. I've never seen her before. Is she a sword spirit?" Zhu Shuza asked curiously, and Lin naturally had to be polite when his uncle's father-in-law asked him a question. "This is my sword spirit, and her name is Little Xie. She's quite powerful and can move freely," and Lin explained. As soon as he said that, the few big shots' expressions changed. "This is not simple. This sword spirit is most likely very powerful. I feel like this little girl is becoming more and more adorable." Zhu Shuza maintained a friendly smile as he looked at Lin. "Your sword spirit is very adorable. Can I hug her?" And Lin shuddered upon hearing this, and he was just about to clamp a hand over little Xie's mouth. A cold smile appeared on little Xie's face. F*CK off. Her F*CK off reverberated throughout heaven and earth. And Lin, Zhu Shuza, he was a step too slow after all. This was a good opportunity to curry favor with his uncle's father-in-law. But little Xie had done something like this. And Lin was on the brink of tears, and he hurriedly offered an explanation to Zhu Shuza. Zhu Shuza was quite easygoing, and he was quite amused by the fact that little Xie hadn't scolded him like this in a long time. Little Xie was even more disdainful of this elegant, middle-aged man upon hearing this, not long after that. Boom, 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 the enchantment barrier around the 3 heavenly peach trees tremored slightly, and it became thinner and thinner. At this moment, all of the Dao integration stage super mighty figures came to their senses. The enchantment barrier was becoming weaker and weaker. Don't blame me for what I'm about to do next." A warm smile appeared on Shen Yuanluan's face. "Mr. Lin, don't blame me for going too far. If you want to participate, then you'll have to be prepared to be severely wounded by me." A smile also appeared on Zhu Shuza's face, and there was absolute confidence in his eyes. Windwalker didn't say anything. Instead, he stared at the 3 heavenly peach trees with a proud expression. No one could compete with him in terms of speed and looting. Emperor Bo Luan also snapped out of his reverie and scanned his surroundings. Then he turned his attention to the heavenly peach tree. All of the super mighty figures were on standby. A tender but domineering voice suddenly sounded. "And Lin, let's get rid of these troublemakers first." Everyone instantly fell silent. All of the mighty figures turned toward the little girl in the black dress beside Lin with incredulity etched on their faces. "What did she say?" "Ahem. She said she's going to get rid of us." "Mr. Lin, your sword spirit seems to be a little naive." Zhu Shuza couldn't think of a better way to describe little Xie, so he could only use naive. "If you want to die, then come at me." Windwalker looked at little Xie with a cold expression. In his eyes, Lin and little Xie were nothing more than interesting beings who posed no threat to him. And Lin was also getting a little nervous. "Why are you picking a fight now? Aren't you going to wait for a while?" "Wait? They're not going to go easy on us anyway. Isn't it a good idea to get rid of them before they can compete with us for the heavenly peach trees?" Little Xie asked, And Lin choked upon hearing this and was at a loss for words. All of the other super mighty figures were even more astonished. Why did it feel like Lin and little Xie's conversation was based on the premise that they could eliminate all of them? Had Lin and the sword spirit gone insane? Isn't your appetite a little too big? Be careful not to choke yourself to death. Zhu Shuze could not stop himself from laughing out. Little Xie held her evil slaying sword. Then I'll start with you. Let's go. Under normal circumstances, little Xie would immediately attack her enemies without any hesitation. However, Zhu Shuze was Lin's future relative, so she decided to give him some face. Zhu Shuze chuckled upon hearing this, and he crooked a finger at them. Come at me together. I'll go easy on you. And Lin waved a hand with a smile. I'm not going up. He couldn't even beat anyone here. So how the F*CK was he supposed to fight? Hold on to little Xie tightly. Whoosh! Little Xie stomped her foot onto the ground, and the earth cracked open as her body transformed into a series of afterimages as she charged toward Zhu Shuze. Her evil slaying sword was like an inky black bolt of lightning as it pierced toward Zhu Shuze's heart. So fast! Zhu Shuze's expression shifted drastically, and he snapped his fingers at the oncoming little Xie. Boom! A white holy vermilion flame exploded. The flames of extreme yang melted the ground within a radius of over 100 meters and cracked open the earth several hundred meters below. And Lin stumbled back in retreat and was almost knocked to the ground by the shockwaves. This kind of power could reduce a spirit-nurturing stage, super mighty figure to dust. A faint smile appeared on Zhu Shuze's face. Sorry about that, little girl. The holy fire, which was so hot that even the air distorted, was suddenly torn apart by a pitch-black blade. What? Zhu Shuze's expression shifted drastically, and he was just about to use a movement technique to evade. Little Xie's entire body was enshrouded in a black energy robe, which kept the holy flames at bay, and she charged toward Zhu Shuze like a bolt of lightning without any hesitation. Too fast! Zhu Shuze had no way of evading before the evil slaying sword fell mercilessly. Whoosh! A black sword projection sliced through the air and sliced the scorching, holy flames in half. A golden protective light burst forth amid the sound of flesh being torn apart. Little Xie exhaled as the holy flames were snuffed out, and the man fell to the ground. One down. Chapter 1305. Zhu Shuze was stunned. He had yet to recover from his shock after being beheaded. The other 3 Dao integration stage super mighty figures were also given a huge fright as they stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before their eyes. Zhu Shuze wasn't some nobody. He was a Dao integration stage super mighty figure. Yet he had been insta-killed just like that? You, Zhu Shuze, pointed at little Xie with shock etched on his face. You're trying to act cute. That's right, this speed and this sword might had clearly reached an extremely terrifying level. However, little Xie was still pretending to be an adorable little girl to make him lower his guard. How detestable! Little Xie pursed her lips. I've always been very adorable. Do I need to sell myself? Zhu Shuze, thus the sect leader of the Vermilion Bird, sect died on the spot. Little Xie turned around to look at the other 3 Dao integration stage super mighty figures. Without any communication, Wind Walker, Emperor Bo Luin, and Xianyuan Luin all chose to attack at the same time, and their target was little Xie. After witnessing Zhu Shuze being insta-killed, they were not going to be arrogant enough to fight little Xie alone. The only way for them to secure victory was by attacking as a group. Piercing spear. Emperor Bo Luin's body was extremely massive, but he was extremely fast, and he was like a massive cannonball crashing through the air. His arm began to elongate and twist before transforming into a sharp spear that pierced toward little Xie. Wind Walker flew into the air before spreading his hands open. Heavenly gravitational wind. A black wind descended from the sky like a waterfall crashing onto the earth. With little Xia at the center, the ground within a radius of 300 meters began to cave in and crack. Her body was struck by a crushing force that made her legs buckle slightly as her bones creaked and cracked. Xianyuan Luin didn't say anything. Instead, he moved along with his sword, making it difficult for him to detect his presence. His movements were graceful, but he was also approaching little Xia at an incredible speed. He was as graceful as the wind. And Lin felt like the future Xianyuan Chang would be like this as well. The 3 Dao integration stage, super mighty figures attacked at the same time. Little Xia had nowhere to retreat to. However, she had no intention of retreating. She took a step back in the face of Emperor Boluin's spear before thrusting her sword forward. Bam! The spear and the tip of the sword collided violently, and the energy exploded. Emperor Boluin's spear seemed to be imbued with some kind of will and the power of thought, and it was trying to force itself onto the evil-slaying sword. It was a will that could break through all things, and it was a power that could materialize the thoughts in one's heart. When Emperor Boluin was at his peak, he could even pierce through immortal-grade weapons. This time, it was naturally not trying to shatter the evil-slaying sword. Instead, it was trying to follow the path of the evil-slaying sword and impale little Xia, who was holding the evil-slaying sword. However, when that power came into contact with the evil-slaying sword, it was strangely nullified by a certain power. Emperor Boluin's expression changed, and he tried to retreat. Trying to escape? Little Xia's body abruptly leaned forward, and her evil-slaying sword intent soared into the heavens. This was a paramount sword intent that wanted to reign above the 9 heavens. Break! The tip of the sword glowed with a black light, and with a cracking sound, Emperor Balin's spear arm felt a sharp pain of being torn apart. Emperor Boluin screamed in agony as he retreated several hundred meters away. Only half of his arm remained, and the other half had been pulverized by the evil-slaying sword. Little Xia didn't even have a chance to heave a sigh of relief before an ethereal voice sounded from behind her. "It's over!" Xianyuan Luin had already appeared behind little Xia, and he flicked his wrist. Heaven and earth fell deathly silent as his antiquated sword swept through the air. It was as if all of the intents of all living beings had been injected into the sword. His sword strike was extremely fast, and little Xia's body was being suppressed by the Windwalker, so there was no way she could evade this sword strike. What was surprising to Xianyuan Luin was that little Xia didn't make any evasive or defensive movements. Instead, she continued to stab forward. Had she given up? A faint smile appeared on Xianyuan Luin's face. No matter how powerful an enemy was, they weren't invincible. Vanquish the heavens and slay all evil, annihilation. A light voice suddenly sounded. The inky black blade of the evil-slaying sword began to emit bursts of black light. In that instant, Xianyuan Luin was struck by an indescribable sense of impending death. He didn't know where it was coming from, nor did he know how to evade it. Bam! A flower of blood exploded at the location of his heart. Immediately thereafter, a golden barrier was activated. Xianyuan Luin stared blankly at his chest with confusion on his face. What's going on? What kind of ability is this? He really didn't know how he had been blasted apart. Uncanny, terrifying, powerful. This was the sword technique that little Xia had attained after progressing to the divine tool level, directional annihilation. Unfortunately, she wasn't at her peak right now, so she could only unleash directional annihilation. Xianyuan Luin clasped a hand over his gaping chest as he stared at the little girl, who hadn't turned around or made any unnecessary movements this entire time. In the next instant, Xianyuan Luin was teleported out. Emperor Boluin and Windwalker were no longer able to remain calm upon seeing this. This uncanny ability, this was F*King cheating. Little Xia didn't give them a chance to react as she quickly flew toward Emperor Boluin. Windwalker immediately followed little Xia while unleashing his heavenly gravitational winds to restrict little Xia's movements. However, little Xie was still astonishingly fast despite being restricted by the heavenly gravitational winds. As a Tao integration stage, super mighty figure, Emperor Boluan had his pride, and he wasn't going to run away in a situation like this. He also charged toward little Xie, and his other arm transformed into an extremely sturdy rock shield with a layer of golden energy enshrouding it. Indestructible shield. The rock shield whistled through the air as it crashed down upon little Xie's petite body like a mountain, sending gale force winds howling and the air twisting and warping in its wake. At the same time, a will of "I am the greatest, I am the strongest, and nothing can break" through my shield began to appear. Even little Xie, who was standing nearby, could clearly sense that peculiar power. "Let me shatter your ridiculous fantasy." Little Xie chuckled coldly, and not only did she not slow down, she charged toward Emperor Boluan even more fearlessly as a divine light erupted from her divine sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of black sword projections tore through Emperor Boluan's shield while inflicting a dozen or so massive gashes on his body. At this moment, a golden protective light appeared. An expression of despair appeared on Emperor Boluan's face. This little girl was far too ferocious. Little Xie turned toward Windwalker with an indifferent expression. "I've been bombarded by you for so long, now it's your turn." Windwalker shuddered slightly before speaking in an ethereal voice. "I am a natural-born elemental body. As long as I can manifest my insubstantial form, you won't be able to harm my body. So how are you going to defeat me?" "Is that so?" A faint smile appeared on little Xie's face as she extended a delicate hand toward Windwalker, upon which a black vortex suddenly appeared over her palm. A terrifying suction force suddenly latched onto Windwalker's body. Windwalker's expression shifted drastically. Divine Windwalker. He let loose a loud cry as his body transformed into a streak of blue wind, which broke free from the suction force and fled into the distance. Little Xie looked on at the direction that Windwalker had fled in and didn't give chase. Instead, she surveyed her surroundings with a disdainful expression. She had defeated 4 Tao integration stage super mighty figures on her own, and she seemed to be saying, "Who else?" Chapter 1306. Within the Heavenly Palace. The scenes of little Xie defeating 4 Tao integration stage super mighty figures in a row created another massive stir. Countless powerful beings turned to look at the adorable little girl with astonishment etched on their faces. So the most adorable being is the most terrifying being in this heavenly peach battle. It's over. Our sect has 0 chance of securing the heavenly peaches now. Who among us can beat such a terrifying little girl? Sect leader and Lin's sword spirit is so powerful. Can we report him? How about you talk to Ms. Zhu Shan first before asking that question? Forget about it. All of the mighty figures turned to look at Enlin with envy and jealousy on their faces. Why was this Enlin so handsome, rich, and powerful? And why did he have such a powerful sword spirit? How infuriating! To think that a sword spirit was able to unleash such power under such circumstances. Lu Mingxuan's brows furrowed with a perplexed expression. Zhu Shan's features were turning green, and Lin and the others were like a pair of hands viciously tearing at her heart, and she was struck by a sense of pain and humiliation. However, all of the other Heavenly Sword sect disciples wore expressions of envy and yearning on their faces. They felt like they wouldn't have any regrets if they could have such a powerful sword spirit in their lives. All of the 4-9 Immortal sect members were cheering for their sect leader. Big Brother and is going to defy the natural order this time. I can eat heavenly peaches now, ha ha ha. Come, let's have a toast. Everyone began to celebrate in advance. Inside the universe of Tao comprehension, after a series of battles, little Xie's face had become a little pale. Awesome, little Xie, you're the best. And Lin immediately made his way over to her and rubbed her stomach and cheeks. Piss off. Little Xie flared up with rage, and Lin withdrew his hand with a sheepish expression. He didn't have the power to tease little Xie just yet. "How are you feeling?" "I feel like you're a little feeble," and Lin asked. "Thankfully, I overexerted myself just then and unleashed a power that shouldn't have been unleashed at the spirit nurturing stage. So I suffered some backlash," little Xie replied in a cold voice. And Lin's heart ached a little. "Come, let me touch you, little Xie. Piss off." The two of them arrived in front of the barrier of the 3 peach trees, and Lin's expression was solemn. "Do you think you can break it? Will there be any other side effects after forcefully breaking the barrier?" Little Xie poked the enchantment barrier before her with her sword. "Even if there's going to be a backlash, can't I just destroy the backlash energy as well?" And Lin was speechless. Little Xie gestured at the enchantment barrier before her with her sword, and she was just about to unleash a slash. A commotion suddenly came from the peach blossom forest behind them. Whoosh! Kacha-kacha! Accompanied by the sound of peach blossom branches breaking and falling to the ground. A gigantic creature appeared not too far away. Its body was an extremely thick tree trunk, and the roots at the base of its trunk were like countless legs that were quickly crawling about. There was a pair of yellow eyes on its head, and above it was a lush green tree crown. This monster was Patriarch Shintung of the Spring Divine Tree Realm. Ha ha ha. And Lin, piss off if you don't want your friends to suffer. Patriarch Shintung chortled with glee as a large number of green vines danced through the air. Most importantly, Xianyuan Cheng and Lu Qianhuan were bound by these vines. Patriarch Shintung was planning to use these 2 hostages to exchange for the heavenly peaches from the 4-9 immortal sect. But he didn't think that the 3 heavenly peach trees would also be of great use to him. Lu Qianhuan opened her purple eyes with difficulty. "And Lin, don't worry about us. Get the heavenly peach trees first. We'll just be eliminated if worst comes to worst." Xianyuan Cheng nodded with a pained expression. "Let's not waste any more time. All the powerful beings are going to arrive soon, and we have the upper hand. Are you sure you want to do this? I'm going to release a type of poison into their bodies, and they'll experience extreme pain. To put it more accurately, they'll wish they were dead. However, this poison won't do much damage to their lives, so it won't trigger the golden barrier." Patriarch Shintung chuckled. "You know what I'm saying, right?" And Lin was renowned for being protective of his own sect members. He didn't believe that Lin would do something like stand by and watch as a sect member was tortured. In reality, that was indeed the case, and Lin couldn't allow his friends to be tortured for the sake of heavenly peaches. "And Lin, don't worry about us. It's not like I've never been in pain before," Xianyuan Cheng yelled. He didn't want to become a burden to Lin or the 4-9 immortal sect. "Get the heavenly peaches. A little pain is nothing. I want to eat heavenly peaches," Lu Qianhuan also yelled, and Lin didn't say anything. Instead, he silently stepped away from the enchantment barrier. Little Xie hesitated momentarily before following after him. "Don't attack my friends, or I'll make your life a living hell," and Lin warned with a solemn expression. "Ha ha ha. Don't worry, I only want heavenly peaches." Patriarch Shintung was elated as pink flowers bloomed on the branches of his tree. He had obtained the 3 heavenly peach trees so effortlessly. It looked like the Spring Divine Tree Realm was going to be the biggest winner of the heavenly peaches. All of the mighty figures in the heavenly palace were completely caught off guard by this turn of events. Before the first wave had even subsided, another wave had arisen, and all of the onlookers were extremely excited. I was wondering why Patriarch Shintung didn't eliminate them right away after the battle. So this is what he's planning. The mighty figures sure have different ways of thinking. They even anticipated something like this. I'm quite surprised that Lin would actually compromise for his sect members. That's right. With the power of his sword spirit, he should be able to secure the heavenly peaches with ease. I'm just worried that Patriarch Shentung will release his poison during the battle and torture those two. At the banquet table of the Heavenly Sword sect, Zhu Shan was extremely elated upon seeing this. However, Lu Mingxian glared at her, and she could only repress the smile on her face. And Lin's decision to save Lu Qianhuan was also something that Lu Mingxian wanted to see. So Zhu Shan naturally couldn't appear overly elated. Patriarch Shen Tung hummed an unknown song as he slowly made his way toward the enchantment barrier. The green tree vines were still tightly bound around Shen Yuancheng and Lu Qianhuan, and a poisonous spike was hovering around their necks. If Enlin were to make any sudden movements, the spike would plunge into their necks. Right at this moment, a voice drifted into Enlin's ears. Immediately afterward, another voice sounded. "Little Xia, I have a bold idea," and Lin transmitted his voice to her. Little Xia turned to Enlin with her clear eyes, indicating for him to continue. And Lin, so on so, so on so. Little Xia's eyes lit up and she nodded. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. Patriarch Shentung let loose a loud roar, and one of the tree vines on his body sliced through the barrier in an extremely violent manner, like a green saber, tearing the barrier apart in an extremely violent manner, just as Patriarch Shentung was tearing through the enchantment barrier. "Do it!" And Lin and Little Xia sprang into action. Chapter 1307. Patriarch Shentung immediately reacted as soon as Enlin and Little Xia sprang into action. Die. Patriarch Shentung was shocked and enraged, and he was just about to plunge his poisonous spikes into Shen Yuancheng and Lu Qianhuan's necks. Due to the fact that his attention had been diverted, the air behind him suddenly twisted, and an adorable fairy began to appear. She flicked a finger, and the two poisonous spikes were pulverized by a sudden burst of energy. It was also in that instant that a curved blue moonlight disk pierced through the void, causing ripples to appear in the space around it. There was actually a faint power to jump through space, and its speed was astonishing. Whoosh! The vines around Shen Yuancheng and Lu Qianhuan were sliced apart by the moonlight disk's sharp blade. Shen Yuancheng and Lu Qianhuan fell from the tree. Due to Patriarch Shentung's paralyzing poison, their bodies were completely limp, and they could only lie on the ground, unable to get up. Only now did Patriarch Shentung realize that Enlin and Little Xia had chosen to attack because there were other powerful beings lurking in the shadows. That's right, they were none other than Tina and Su Qianyun of the 4-9 Immortal Sect. He let loose an almighty roar, and the vines around his body shot forth like venomous vipers toward everyone. Su Qianyun immediately recalled her moonlight disk upon seeing this, thereby slicing through the vines. Tina also rushed over to Shen Yuancheng and Su Qianyun's side with her Heart Lotus Ice sword in hand. She unleashed one powerful sword projection after another, slicing through all of the oncoming vines. However, unbeknownst to her, there were a few inky black poisonous spikes hidden among the shattered vines, all of which were hurtling toward Shen Yuancheng and Lu Qianhuan at an extremely fast speed. Crap! Tina's expression shifted, and her ice sword danced through the air like a crescent moon as frosty energy instantly proliferated outward for over 100 meters, freezing everything in its path. Most of the poisonous spikes were frozen solid. However, there was still one that managed to escape. A poisonous spike that was struggling within the frosty energy finally managed to break free before plunging viciously into Lu Qianhuan's neck. Tina was given a fright. At this moment, Little Xia had already reached Patriarch Shentung, and her evil-slaying sword flew through the air. Ha ha ha! Your friend has already been poisoned by me. If you don't want her to suffer pain worse than death, then you have to listen to me. Streaks of terrifying sword radiance mercilessly landed on its body, causing all of its chlorophyll juice to splatter out. The treant was so frightened that it frantically retreated. Do you want to die? You don't even care about your friend's pain? Only I can cure this poison, Patriarch Shentung shouted. It had never imagined that Lin and the others would make a completely different choice from before. Sure enough, Lu Qianhuan's cries of agony could already be heard. Her face was turning green, and her fists were clenched tightly as if she was in extreme pain. A cruel smile appeared on Patriarch Shentung's face upon seeing this. See, if you don't stop now, I'll... Before he even had a chance to finish his sentence, little Xia had already appeared before Patriarch Shentung again, and a terrifying black sword projection pierced through heaven and earth as heaven and earth abruptly dimmed. Die! Little Xia slashed her sword through the air. Patriarch Shen Tung's body was torn apart by the sword projection. Ah! Sword intent wreaked havoc as a massive gash was sliced into the tree trunk. Finally, a golden protective light appeared. You've all gone insane. You have no idea how much pain that woman is in. Patriarch Shen Tung stared at everyone with shock and rage on his face. Little Xia ignored him and made her way directly toward Lu Qianhuan. Little sister Xia, what do we do now? My healing techniques are useless against her. Tina's face was filled with shock and horror, and she unleashed healing techniques with all her might. But Lu Qianhuan was still howling with agony. Just kill her, little Xia said in an indifferent voice. Xianyuan Cheng and Tina were both dumbstruck upon hearing this. However, Lu Qianhuan, who was still howling with agony, finally understood what she was getting at. I get it now. You want to eliminate me so that you can activate the protective golden light? That's a good idea. Hurry up and kill me. Lu Qianhuan was in unbearable pain, and her body was curled up into a ball as her breathing accelerated and sweat poured down her face. Xianyuan Cheng and Tina came to a sudden realization. So that's how it is. The golden light has the ability to isolate damage, so it can naturally isolate pain as well. There are many mighty figures outside, so how can they not be able to neutralize the poison unleashed by a 10th-stage Dao body cultivator? At this moment, little Xia had already stabbed her sword into Lu Qianhuan's arm. Ah, you! Why are you stabbing me here? Lu Qianhuan yelled. That's a little ridiculous. Su Qianyin covered her mouth with a hand as she ran over. Xianyuan Qing was also shocked. How is that supposed to activate the golden light? Stab the heart. Outside the heavenly palace, Lu Mingxian stared at the image before him with a dark expression. All of the other heavenly sword sect disciples didn't dare to say anything as they stared at the live stream with nervous expressions. Lu Qianhuan wailed with anguish, and it was as if they could sense the pain she was enduring through the screen. Why was Lin's sword spirit still stabbing her arm even though she was in so much pain? What was the meaning of this? If they couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation, their sect leader would probably go berserk. Lu Qianhuan was also on the verge of tears, and Lin's sword spirit was still stabbing her even though she was in such a pitiful state. This was even more despairing than kicking her when she was down. However, right at this moment, the evil-slaying sword suddenly turned white. It was a kind of white that was as clear as ice and as clean as jade, untainted by a single speck of dust. The sword became pure and flawless, as if it were the most holy and beautiful object in this world. Anyone who saw it would be dazzled and ashamed, and they wouldn't dare to stain it. Lu Qianhuan was completely dumbstruck, and she completely forgot about her pain. Little Xia pulled out the sword from Lu Qianhuan's arm, and the evil-slaying sword turned from pure white to pure black again. It's done! It's done? Lu Qianhuan finally came to her senses, and she stretched with elation. Ah, I've really done it. It's so miraculous. Lu Qianhuan screamed as she leaped up and hugged the little girl tightly in her arms. Thank you, little Xia. You really are my savior. Let go. Little Xia was struggling. Lu Qianhuan was not going to let go. She had been lusting after little Xia for a long time, and she finally had a chance to hug her. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and she definitely couldn't miss it. A warm and soft body, a faint, peculiar bodily scent. It felt so good. For some reason, all of the mighty figures in the heavenly palace were a little envious of Lu Qianhuan. A faint smile appeared on Lu Mingxuan's face as he looked on at the scenes unfolding before his eyes. All of the 4-9 immortal sect cultivators heaved sighs of relief upon seeing this. Little Xie is impressive. To think that she can even cure Patriarch Shinteng's poison. Didn't Patriarch Shinteng say that no one could cure this poison aside from him? The slap in the face came too fast, like a tornado, within the heavenly palace's healing formation. Patriarch Shinteng fell into a state of deep self-doubt as he looked on at the scenes unfolding before him. How could this be? How could this be? This can't be within the Tao observation space. Little Xie, you're the best. Little Xie had just escaped from Lu Qianhuan, but she had fallen into the clutches of Enlin again. Little Xie had cured Lu Qianhuan's poison using the second technique of her vanquish the heavens and slay all evil technique. Purification. A single sword strike could purify all of the negative effects of the target living being. Let's go and uproot the heavenly peach tree now. And Lin turned toward the heavenly peach tree within the enchantment barrier. Everyone immediately broke through the weakened enchantment barrier before uprooting the heavenly peach tree and stowing it into their storage rings. Chapter 1308. Just as Enlin was about to place the heavenly peach tree into his storage ring, a loud and clear voice sounded in the sky above. All of the heavenly peaches on the 9 heavenly peach trees have been taken. All of the competitors will be teleported out. This voice erupted throughout the entire world. A hint of disappointment appeared on Lan Xiaoni's face upon hearing this voice. What a pity. I wanted to take one of the heavenly peach trees at a certain place in the peach blossom forest. Holy fire and lightning roared, and golden Buddhist chants rang out. The energy from the collision tore the ground and the surrounding peach trees into pieces, completely unafraid of the hidden dangers inside. A woman and a benevolent bodhisattva separated at the same time. Su Xiaolan held her dragon sparrow sword and looked up into the sky with a hint of surprise on her face. It's over already? Amit Ba. Benefactor. There's no point in us continuing to battle. Let's stop here. A bodhisattva with a Buddhist light representing wisdom emanating from his body spoke in a slow voice. He was the Tao integration stage, super mighty figure of the Buddhist kingdom, the great strength bodhisattva. Soon, a golden protective light enshrouded everyone in the small world. Little Xie also leaped into Enlin's evil-slaying sword. Spatial power swept forth, and everyone arrived at the heavenly palace in the blink of an eye. The king has returned. Congratulations, sect leader Enlin. The 4-9 immortal sect is bad *SS. There's so many heavenly peaches here. Should Chef God Enlin cook a few heavenly peach specialty dishes? All of the representatives made their way over to offer their blessings. The 4-9 immortal sect's heavenly peach hunt was simply too dazzling. It could be said that they were the most closely watched power here, and countless mighty figures went to offer their congratulations. There were even mighty figures who offered to hug little Xie's sword spirit, to which Enlin immediately turned them down. Little Xie wasn't someone who could be hugged by just anyone. Xiaolan was still a little confused, but she was ecstatic to learn that the 4-9 immortal sect team had secured the final 3 heavenly peach trees. She latched onto Enlin's arm with a tender voice. Enlin, why are you so awesome? I want to eat 3 heavenly peaches. No way. Enlin immediately refused. Before Su Xiaolan could react, Enlin said, How can 3 be enough? We have to get 30. The surrounding mighty figures trembled when they heard this. What a domineering president. Some of the fairies of the celestial court even had peach blossoms on their faces, and looks of yearning appeared in their eyes. If only their Tao companions were as domineering as Enlin. Lan Xiaoni turned to Enlin with a smile. So Big Boss Enlin obtained the remaining 3 heavenly peach trees. I have no objections then. The mermaid Princess Gloominess was swept away at this moment. After returning to the 4-9 Immortal Sect, all of the spectating contestants gathered around them and cheered excitedly. The Celestial Arch stood on the main seat of the banquet with a buoyant smile. The 4-9 Immortal Sect is the biggest winner of this Heavenly Peach competition. Please welcome Sect Leader Enlin to say a few words. The 4-9 Immortal Sect had secured 5 Heavenly Peach trees. The Hall of Creation had secured 1 Heavenly Peach tree. The 10,000 Spirits Immortal Sect had secured 1 Heavenly Peach tree. The Spring Divine Tree Realm had secured 1 Heavenly Peach tree, and the Wild Phantom Tribe had secured 1 Heavenly Peach tree. The 4-9 Immortal Sect was undoubtedly the biggest winner of this Heavenly Peach competition. And Lin was a little dazed upon hearing the Celestial Thearcha's words. He had never heard of such a thing happening before. However, he did not have stage fright. He stood up and cleared his throat. Our 4-9 Immortal Sect is a sect that prioritizes harmony and development. Of all the heavenly peaches in the world, I only want half of them. Everyone fell deathly silent upon hearing this. The 5 emperors of the Celestial Court were astonished. All of the representatives were astonished, and all of the members of the 4-9 Immortal Sect were astonished. This Enlin sure had a lot of guts. What the F***CK was he talking about? He was asking the 4-9 Immortal Sect to share the entire world with the other 99 first-rate powers on the Taichu continent. Arrogance. Lawless arrogance. But for some reason, apart from being shocked, there were very few people who were disgusted. Most of them looked at the man in white with envy or admiration. Arrogance without strength was called not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, arrogant and conceited. However, the arrogance of those with strength was called soaring ambition, showing off one's ability and unparalleled arrogance. And Lin's 4-9 Immortal Sect had secured over half of the Heavenly Peaches in the Heavenly Peach competition. So he did indeed have the right to make such a statement, because if one looked deeper, what he said was actually the truth. Many of the young prodigies were already cheering in unison. They now had one more role model, that peerlessly arrogant man. If they could say the same thing in the Heavenly Palace one day, how invigorating would that be? All of the mighty figures applauded as raucous cheers erupted throughout the entire venue, and Lin bowed to all of the mighty figures with a smile before sitting down. He was having a great time flexing. Lu Mingxian looked at the dazzling man with a complex expression on his face. Why did he suddenly become so dazzling in the blink of an eye? Zhu Shan's expression was extremely haggard, and all-mouthy King didn't know what to say. What else could she say to someone who had taken 5 heavenly peach trees? She couldn't just say that he was trash and that 4 of her heavenly peach trees had been taken by someone else. If she said that, what would that make her husband of the Heavenly Sword sect look like? Lin Jun couldn't help but burst into laughter as she looked at the refreshed Enlin. You're really something, Enlin. You're flexing to the heavens. And Lin sat down before deciding on how to split the heavenly peaches. Aside from the 30 heavenly peaches that we gave to Hongdo, we have a total of 470 heavenly peaches. And Lin's eyes lit up. As soon as he said that, everyone's breathing quickened a little. They only had 3 heavenly peaches to eat at the banquet, but now there were 470 heavenly peaches in front of them. Those 5 heavenly peach trees are actually quite a bountiful harvest. Bai Ling smiled and said, Heavenly peach trees are a special product of the Celestial Court and can only grow in a special heavenly peach garden. However, that doesn't mean that I can't use technology to replicate the environment of the Celestial Court and grow heavenly peaches that are just as good. Everyone became even more excited upon hearing this. Doesn't this mean that we don't have to go to the Celestial Court to eat heavenly peaches? Woof! Dabai barked with excitement as drool dripped from his mouth. All right, that's not something that can be done in a day, so I'll leave it to Big Sister Bai. And Lin clapped his hands with anticipation in his eyes. Let's discuss how to split the heavenly peaches first. What do you think? Everyone nodded in agreement. A smile appeared on Lin's face as he puffed out his chest. Then who do you think contributed the most to this heavenly peach hunt? Everyone replied in unison, it was little Xia and Lin. Chapter 1309. And Lin was dumbstruck for a full 3 seconds upon hearing this. He was waiting for everyone to praise him. But they were talking about little Xia? No. Why is it little Xia? Shouldn't I be the one who contributed the most? I'm little Xia's master. And Lin argued, little Xia is little Xia, and you are you. Little Xia has successfully nurtured a spirit, so she's an independent life form now. Lu Qianhuan grinned. Little Xia was so easy to hug, so she had to earn some more points so that she could hug her again. Everyone nodded in unison, clearly in agreement with Lu Qianhuan's point of view. Even if you contributed a little, you're only responsible for half of the heavenly peach trees at most, while little Xia is responsible for 2.5. So little Xia is still the one who contributed the most, Su Xiaolan chimed in. This was already a very fair statement, so Lin could only accept this cruel reality. How many heavenly peaches should little Xia receive? He rubbed his forehead and asked, at least a few dozen. Over 100. Even 200 isn't too much. All of the sect members chimed in, and Lin made a compromise. Then 100 heavenly peaches it is. Immediately afterward, the heavenly peaches were distributed according to their contributions. And Lin received 60 heavenly peaches. Su Xiaolan, Su Qianyan, Xian Yuancheng, and Lu Qinhuan received 20 heavenly peaches each. Tina received 10, and Dabai and Xiao Chou received 5 heavenly peaches each. As for the other 12 cheerleaders, they received 3 heavenly peaches each. This scene caused the eyes of the surrounding mighty ones to turn red. Even the members who didn't participate received 3 additional heavenly peaches. One had to realize that the standard for participating in the heavenly peach banquet was to receive 3 heavenly peaches each. After joining the 4-9 Immortal sect, they received double the happiness. Aside from that, Lin also gave the 10,000 Spirits Immortal sect 5 heavenly peaches, the Vermilion Bird sect 5 heavenly peaches, the Mythological Beast sect 5 heavenly peaches, the West Sea Alliance 10 heavenly peaches, and the Heavenly Sword sect rolled its eyes. These heavenly peaches were to thank them for standing up for the 4-9 Immortal sect during the battle between the 4-9 Immortal sect and the Heavenly Sword sect. As such, he was giving them these heavenly peaches. Their attitude was quite clear. If they sided with the 4-9 Immortal sect, they would have meat to eat. Since they were all on the same side, and Lin didn't feel the pinch when he gave it to them. As for the remaining 145 peaches of immortality, they would be included in the sect's resources to reward the members who had made great contributions to the sect. After distributing the resources, Lin felt very relaxed, and he said, little Xia is still young. How about this? I'll take care of the heavenly peaches for her for now. Tina blinked as she propped her chin up with her index finger. Why does that sound so familiar? Everyone. Right at this moment, the evil-slaying sword tremored. A little girl in a black dress appeared before Lin, and she stared intently at Lin as she extended a chubby little hand. What's wrong, little Xia? Hurry up and go back. A lot of people are staring at your face. And Lin warned in a low voice upon seeing this. Stop playing dumb. Give me the heavenly peaches, little Xia said in a cold voice. And Lin, you're so small. How are you going to be able to carry so many heavenly peaches? Little Xia patted the blade of the evil-slaying sword. There's a storage space here. And Lin was shocked. How come I don't know about this? This is exclusive to me. Do you think just anyone can open it? Little Xie chuckled coldly. She picked up a precious fruit from the table and tossed it into the evil-slaying sword as she spoke. Sure enough, the fruit disappeared after a burst of spatial fluctuations, and Lin stared at the scenes unfolding before his eyes with a dumbstruck expression. He felt like he had been abandoned by the evil-slaying sword. He was the master here. How come he didn't know that the evil-slaying sword could store items? And Lin had no choice but to obediently carry out the heavenly peaches and place them into little Xie's evil-slaying sword. Little Xie sat down on a chair at the banquet table and nibbled on a heavenly peach with elation. Her eyes narrowed into slits as she enjoyed the rich and refreshing energy of the spirit fruit. This fruit is quite delicious. Lu Qianhuan was tempted as she held a heavenly peach in her hand. Little Xie, Big Sister has more heavenly peaches here. I'll give them to you if you promise to let me hug you. How about that? Hey, idiot! I still have 99 more. Piss off! Little Xie immediately refused Lu Qianhuan's offer. Big sister, if little Xie doesn't want to make a deal, then I, little Tian, will. As long as you give me heavenly peaches, I'll let you hug me until the end of time. Shui Zhantian flapped his little wings as he looked up at Lu Qianhuan with his adorable eyes. His position as the most adorable being in the 4-9 Immortal sect had already been threatened, and Shui Zhantian was still feeling a sense of crisis. You, Lu Qianhuan, shot a glance at Shui Zhantian before picking up a grape from the table. This is the price you'll get for one hug. Boom! Shui Zhantian felt as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning in that instant, and he instantly lost all of his energy as he sprawled onto the table in a lifeless manner. You fickle people used to like me very much. You used to like hugging me very much. Woo, woo, woo! Shui Zhantian finally realized that he had fallen out of favor, and he immediately burst into tears. However, no one paid him any heed. The Celestial Darch stood up with a smile on his face. The battle for the heavenly peaches draws to a close. All of the major powers once again engaged in friendly exchanges during this event, thereby promoting harmony and unity among all of the major sects and strengthening the bonds between all of the members of the major sects. And Lin looked at the bruised and battered contestants, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Is this battle for the heavenly peaches supposed to promote harmony and unity? Why do I feel like they're about to get into a fight? At this moment, a voice as clear as a flowing spring sounded from behind him. Do you really think the Celestial Court held the Heavenly Peach Banquet just to unite all of the major sects? And Lin turned to discover a beautiful woman in a plain Taoist robe standing behind him. Piggy Bank, is there another reason for holding the Heavenly Peach Banquet? And Lin asked with a shocked expression. The woman's expression darkened upon hearing this. Call me Celestial Maiden Tianyu. Celestial Maiden Tianyu. And Lin obediently corrected himself. The Celestial Court is holding the Heavenly Peach Banquet to expand the Celestial Court's influence across the entire continent and strengthen the Celestial Court as well as the Kingdom of the 9 States, Lin Junjun explained with a buoyant smile. Think about it, if the 4 great sects of the Kingdom of the 9 States become too united and become too powerful, it would be detrimental to the rule of the Celestial Court. Lin Junjun's words enlightened Lin and the others. Is it really okay for you to tell us something like this? And Lin was a little impressed by Lin Junjun's bravery. What are you afraid of? You're not an outsider. Besides, the old monsters of the Kingdom of the 9 States are well aware of what I'm thinking. I'll do my own thing and they'll do theirs. It's fine. Lin Junjun splayed her hands open with a smile, and Lin stroked his chin and nodded. All right, I get it. Then why did you come here? You didn't come here just to tell me this, did you? No, I came here to make a deal with you, Lin Junjun replied with a mysterious expression. What deal? And Lin asked with a cautious expression. No flesh deal. Lin Junjun's chest constricted. Who the F*** CK wants to do that with you? Dream on. Then what kind of deal? And Lynn asked. I have some extremely important insider information regarding the competition. One piece of insider information in exchange for 2 chef god dishes. How about that? Lin Junjun offered in a hushed voice. And Lin. Chapter 1310. And Lin was given a fright by this piggy bank account girl's words. What the F***CK was this? How could they sell something like this? How could he cook for Lin Junjun just for some insider information about an event? Doing something like this would be a stain on his cooking skills and a blasphemy to his character. Lin Junjun transmitted her voice to Lin upon seeing his expression. I can give you insider information regarding immortal rank heavenly peaches that ripen once every 1,000 years. All right, please tell me what that insider information is. And Lin replied. Lin Junjun gestured with her 2 slender fingers. 2 chef god dishes. And Lin, deal. Lin Junjun transmitted her voice to Lin in a quiet voice. The next round of the competition is known as the discernment competition. All of you will be teleported into an orchard, and your cultivation bases will be restricted to the 10th stage Tao body. You will have to search through thousands of fruit trees and tens of thousands of fruits to find only 10 immortal rank heavenly peaches. The heavenly peaches will transform into all types of fruits, and even their appearances and auras will change. But each of you can only take 1 fruit. And Lin's expression shifted. Their appearances and auras are the same? Isn't this like a lucky draw? If that's the case, then the name of the competition wouldn't be discernment competition anymore. Even though the immortal rank heavenly peaches can transform into all types of fruits, they're still different from normal fruits, and that will be reflected in the details. And Lin nodded. Get to the point. The point is that everyone will be entering this time. My father is selective in which fruits he transforms the heavenly peaches into. I'm sure that he'll enter the heavenly peaches based on the colors of my sisters and I. Do you understand what I'm saying? Lin Junjun explained, and Lin's eyes lit up with excitement. You're saying red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple? The immortal rank heavenly peaches are among those colors? Lin Junjun nodded. That's right, and I'm the one he loves and dotes on the most. And Lin nodded. The most important of the important fruits is in the purple? A gratified smile appeared on Lin Junjun's face. Smart. And Lin couldn't help but turn to the Celestial Darch, who was about to announce the rules. He probably didn't know that his daughter, his most beloved daughter, was carrying out a dirty deal with someone else, right? To be honest, I still don't think it's worth 2 meals. And Lin said with difficulty. Lin Junjun glared at Lin and pursed her lips. What? You want to go back on your word now that you've obtained insider information? That's 10 immortal fruits we're talking about. You've narrowed down the search area by so much. What else do you want? If we get 1 or 2, won't we be able to recoup our losses? It's exactly because I'm certain that I can get 10. That's why I don't want to trade. And Lin was speechless. What did you say? Lin Junjun's eyes widened. 10? Are you dreaming? And Lin couldn't be bothered to explain. How could he not be an expert just by looking at the disguised immortal peaches? Did they really think his divine inspection technique was useless? However, by narrowing down the search area, they could save a lot of effort. And Lin reluctantly reached a deal with Lin Junjun. On the throne, the Celestial Darch announced the second event with a buoyant smile. The second event is the 3rd highlight of the Heavenly Peach Banquet, and it's also the most interesting one. It's called the Eye of Discernment event. Immediately afterward, the Celestial Darch began to explain the rules of the event. All of the mighty figures' eyes lit up with excitement upon hearing that there were tens of thousands of precious fruits, thousands of spirit fruits, and 10 immortal rank heavenly peaches waiting for them to pick. To think that the celestial court had such treasures. However, all of them were slightly disappointed when they heard that each participant could only take 1 immortal fruit. Picking the immortal fruit was equivalent to picking the immortal fruit. If it was purely based on luck, then the probability of that happening was far too low. Spatial fluctuations swept forth, and all of the living beings were teleported to a place that resembled an immortal paradise. The scenery was extremely picturesque, and there were even rare spirit beasts roaming about. Before Lin and the others was a massive orchard. What was quite peculiar was that each and every tree was actually a different species. In other words, there were over 1,000 different types of fruits here. Wow, what a beautiful place! Tina was very close to nature, so she had a natural fondness for this type of orchard. So this is the Celestial Court's Myriad Orchard? It really is a beautiful place. Xiao, too, was also quite surprised, and he couldn't help but praise, not taking into account anything else, just the density of vital energy and the concentration of spiritual energy here was something that normal immortal paradises couldn't compare with. Not long after that, all of the 2,000 representatives began to move. Those of you with poor eyesight or those who can't be bothered to look, I want 9 people. Come with me, and Lin instructed. His goal was to take all 10 immortal rank heavenly peaches. Su Qianyin made her way over. Tang Ximin, Xiao Hong, and Little Gu also made their way over. Yi Ling, Little Lang, Bryce, Xiao Zhe, and Little Tian also made their way over. There were exactly 9 of them. The remaining 10 all had their own specialties and were extremely confident in themselves. And Lin had already relayed the information provided by Lin Junjun to them, so they could narrow down the search area. The rest was up to them. Being able to identify the immortal peaches was very important, but time was also very important. If you had the ability to identify the immortal peaches, but there were so many immortal peaches, there was nothing you could do if you were too slow. And Lin didn't know what everyone else's abilities were like, but his abilities were most likely quite fast. He immediately made his way over to a tree, and a light flashed through his eyes. Crimson blood fruit, a fruit formed from the condensed power of heaven and earth. Consumption of this fruit is extremely beneficial to cultivators when cultivating fire-type spell techniques. Its quality is close to that of a spirit fruit. There were over 60 fruits on this tree, and Lin had to look through them one by one in case the immortal rank heavenly peaches were hidden among the crimson blood fruits. 10 seconds later, "There's none here. Let's go to the next tree." And Lin instructed. Su Qianyin and the others were quite perplexed, but they still followed along. "Master is so awesome. You knew that there weren't any peaches hiding under that tree so quickly." Yi Ling clapped her little hands together in praise. "Ha! You're getting better and better at flattery." And Lin couldn't help but pinch Yi Ling's cheek with a gratified expression. In another direction in the Myriad Fruit Orchard, the projection of a yin-yang symbol appeared in Shen Yuan Luan's eyes, and he quickly made his way over to a tree. He seemed to be looking at the tree, but at the same time he didn't seem to be looking at the tree. The tree before him swayed its branches and leaves, as if it were waving at him. "Lu Changel, take that fruit," Shen Yuan Luan suddenly instructed. One of the people behind him stepped forward with an excited expression. "Is that an immortal peach?" "No, it's a spirit fruit. You won't be able to find an immortal fruit so quickly." A warm smile appeared on Shen Yuan Luan's face. "Be content. Take this spirit fruit and eat it yourself." Lu Changel was extremely grateful. "Thank you, sect leader." He didn't doubt his sect leader's judgment at all, and he immediately extended a grateful bow. In the air above the Myriad Fruit Orchard, the 5 emperors were recording data at an extremely fast pace. The first prince of the coiling dragon imperial family has mastered his golden eye divine technique. Shen Yuan Luan's Tao of myriad spirit Tai Chi can already communicate with all things in nature, and his true intent has improved from 100 years ago, and Lin's ability is a little strange, the 5 emperors discussed among themselves as they recorded data. The Celestial Court didn't want to make deals that were disadvantageous to them. The Heavenly Peach Contest was meant to make all of the major powers more harmonious. Then the All-Seeing Eye event was meant to analyze the powers of all of the major powers. Chapter 13:11. And Lin unleashed his divine inspection technique to quickly identify the fruits in the myriad fruit orchard. There were over 1,000 fruit trees, and there were 500 of them excluding red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple. At the rate of 10 seconds per fruit, it would take around 83 minutes, which was less than 2 hours, so it wasn't a very long time. This was because the time limit for this event was 2 hours. The only thing that he was worried about was that someone would beat him to it before he discovered the immortal peaches. However, it shouldn't be that bad. If it was a random selection, then the probability was extremely low. If he had to carefully identify the immortal peaches, then it would be extremely time-consuming. One had to realize that his divine inspection technique was like an automatic scanner, so it was already super fast. He didn't think there was anyone better than him in this regard, and Lin pondered this as he unleashed his divine inspection technique over and over again. Congratulations to Black Spirit Snake of the Snake Spirit Clan for obtaining 1 immortal rank Heavenly Peach. The celestial Thearka's voice fell from the sky, sending shockwaves rippling through the myriad fruit orchard. Countless powerful beings and mighty figures turned toward a certain direction with envy on their faces. Black Spirit Snake stood on the spot with a shimmering yellow pineapple in her hand. She tossed it from side to side with a satisfied smile on her face, and peculiar black symbols flashed in her eyes. She was quite elated, but she didn't forget to throw a provocative glance at Lin. And Lin took a deep breath and turned his attention away from Black Spirit Snake as he continued to search for heavenly peaches. He had underestimated these mighty figures, which one of them could integrate into the Tao integration stage was a pushover, which one of them didn't possess unimaginable spell techniques. He couldn't just take all of them. He had to find the immortal rank heavenly peaches in the shortest time. And Lin quickly composed himself before continuing to identify the heavenly peaches. There were 10 immortal rank heavenly peaches of 7 different colors, which consisted of red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple. The celestial Darch had a preference for the piggy bank girl, so there had to be 3 or 4 immortal rank heavenly peaches among the purple fruits, and Lin quickly traversed through the heavenly peach orchard, only looking for purple fruits to identify. Big jade grape, purple flame fruit, agarwood fruit, wind phoenix purple fruit. He continued to use his divine inspection technique to appraise the wild purple fruits, and a piece of information suddenly appeared in his mind. 1,000-year flat peach. Grown in the celestial quartz flat peach garden, it gathers the aura of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and moon, and is watered by the Jade Lake's celestial water for 1,000 years before bearing fruit. And Lin was instantly excited. Hurry, Xiaohong, pluck that heavenly peach for me. Oh. Little Red was originally happily swaying its body on Lin's shoulder, but after hearing what Lin said, it immediately jumped towards the wild, purple-veined fruit pointed at by Lin, and suddenly plucked it with its little hand made of green leaves. The sky above trembled, and the celestial Thearka's voice sounded. Congratulations to Xiaohong of the 4-9 Immortal Sect for obtaining an immortal rank Heavenly Peach. Cries of surprise could be heard from the crowd. The representatives of the major forces looked at the little red flower enviously. The 4-9 Immortal Sect has also obtained an immortal rank Heavenly Peach. They're already the winner of this event. There are so many people following sect leader Lin. Could it be that Lin was the one who discovered the immortal peach? Generally speaking, a powerful being will be followed by a group of people who will pluck the fruits for the powerful being. After all, the powerful being can only pluck the fruit once, but the powerful being's appraisal techniques can help other members obtain better fruits. I'm so envious of the 4-9 Immortal Sect members. Their sect leader is so powerful. Many people were filled with envy and admiration, and some of them sped up their appraisal process in fear that someone else would steal their immortal peaches. Many living beings had already plucked the fruits, but they were all disappointed to hear nothing from the celestial Dharch. Zhu Shan plucked a spirit fruit under Lu Mingxuan's guidance, and an indescribable sense of disappointment welled up in her heart as she looked at the elated Xiaohong. Not long after that. Congratulations to Yi Ling of the 4-9 Immortal Sect for obtaining an immortal rank Heavenly Peach. The celestial Thearka's voice reverberated throughout the myriad fruit orchard again. All of the representatives were astonished, and even many of the Tao integration stage super mighty figures' expressions shifted. The 4-9 Immortal Sect again. It was the 4-9 Immortal Sect again. Zhu Shan looked at the adorable little girl, who she had once viewed as an ant that could be easily destroyed, but now she was holding an immortal rank Heavenly Peach and leaning obediently against Enlin's side. She felt as if a sword had been stabbed into her heart, and she was extremely embarrassed. For some reason, the spirit fruit in her hand also became a little scorching hot. This scene made her feel as if she was doing worse than that little girl. All of the representatives adjusted their emotions and continued to search for the Heavenly Peaches. Congratulations to Su Qianyin of the 4-9 Immortal Sect for obtaining an immortal rank Heavenly Peach. The celestial Thearka's voice sounded about 10 minutes later. Many of the mighty figures were on the verge of exploding. Holy F asterisk CK. Why is it the 4-9 Immortal Sect again? Its sect leader, Enlin again. Is Enlin using hacks? What the F asterisk CK? This is already the 3rd immortal rank, Heavenly Peach. Holy F asterisk CK. Many of the representatives felt as if they had been dealt a heavy blow. Why was the 4-9 Immortal Sect so bad asterisk SS? Su Qianyin was holding a purple fruit that was about the size of a palm, and she lowered her head shyly as a blush appeared on her flawless cheeks. Su Xian of the Green Wood Imperial family sighed with emotion at the sight of Su Qianyin's reaction. Look, big brother, isn't little sister blessed by Enlin? That's why I made the right choice. Su Gu's expression darkened. What can one Heavenly Peach prove? Chang even gave little sister a high-rank immortal tool, the Moonlight Disc. Just as the two of them were discussing their little sister's blessings, in the sky above, Lin Junjun pursed her lips tightly as she cursed in her heart. You be asterisk starred. Don't be so arrogant. Even if you want to do something bad, you have to do it in secret to distract everyone's attention. Sure enough, the celestial Dharch was already quite confused. What is this ability of Enlin's to make his eyes turn white? How can he appraise fruits so quickly? The celestial Dharch was perplexed. Emperor Ziwei also shook his head. I don't know either. There are no spell technique fluctuations either. It should be a very special type of innate divine ability, perhaps similar to true Lord Erlang's heavenly eye. The celestial Dharch nodded before stroking his chin in deep thought. Why does Enlin keep appraising purple fruits? Does he know something about them? Lin Junjun's heart jolted upon hearing this, and she immediately repressed her emotions before looking on expressionlessly as everyone appraised the fruits with an intrigued expression. Congratulations to 4-9 Immortal Sect Xiao Zhe for obtaining one immortal rank Heavenly Peach. The celestial Dharch continued to broadcast an announcement to the myriad fruit orchard. All of the representatives in the myriad fruit orchard erupted into a frenzy as they turned toward Enlin. Xiao Zhe was holding a purple watermelon-sized fruit in his hands with an elated smile on his face. They were all dumbstruck, for consecutive attacks from the 4-9 Immortal Sect had left their minds in complete disarray. This 4-9 Immortal Sect was way too freakish. That's the 4th one, and all of them are purple fruits. The celestial Dharch fell into deep thought as he looked at Enlin. He then turned toward Lin Junjun. Chapter 1312. Lin Junjun was enjoying the appraisal of the other contestants. At this moment, the celestial Dharch suddenly turned toward her. She was getting a little flustered. Had she given herself away? That shouldn't be the case. She couldn't pinpoint which fruit was the immortal peach. Even if the celestial Darch suspected something, what could he possibly suspect? Little Z, you seem to have something on your mind, the celestial Darch suddenly said. Lin Junjun shuddered, and she immediately shook her head. No, I don't have anything on my mind. I'm just thinking about some cultivation issues. The celestial Darch turned toward the celestial maiden in a plain Taoist robe. And Lin chose this method to find heavenly peaches. Did you? No, I didn't. Don't spout nonsense. Lin Junjun immediately denied 3 times in a row. The celestial Darch. For some reason, the celestial Darch suddenly felt a little suffocated. He had raised his beloved daughter with so much difficulty, but she was still siding with an outsider? However, what the celestial Darch didn't know was that his daughter wasn't siding with an outsider. She was only siding with him for food within the myriad fruit orchard. Big Boss and Lin is so awesome. He obtained 4 immortal peaches in one go. We have to work hard as well. An undisguisable smile appeared on Lan Xiaonie's face as she looked at the man in the distance. In contrast to Lan Xiaonie's elated expression, most of the living beings were in different moods, and Lin's 4 consecutive critical strikes had dealt a heavy blow to all of the representatives. It was said that those with a pair of eyes that could detect all things in the world would be able to identify different heavenly peaches. But wasn't Lin the only one with a pair of all-seeing eyes? Were they all blind, including Black Spirit Snake's immortal peaches? Half of the immortal peaches had already been plucked. They didn't have much time left. Hey, I discovered a pattern. And Lin's 4 immortal peaches were all found in purple fruits. You're saying there's a higher probability of immortal peaches hidden in purple fruits? That should be the case. Don't you see that he's been wandering around the trees with purple fruits? That's definitely the case. Let's go as well. Thinking that they had discovered a pattern, the representatives of some forces began to swarm towards the trees bearing purple fruits, observing the differences between the fruits. The smarter ones would avoid the trees that Lin had observed before and use the elimination method. And Lin couldn't help but laugh when he saw their expressions. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. 4 of the purple fruits had already been plucked. According to the principle of equal distribution, there should be at least 1 immortal fruit for each color, so it was obvious that there were no more purple fruits. All that was left were fruits of other colors. Black Spirit Snake's yellow pineapple was an immortal peach, so yellow could be excluded as well. He would look for it among the 5 colors of red, orange, green, cyan, and blue. And Lin moved. His goal changed once again. He was no longer looking for the purple fruit. This scene dumbfounded the representatives of the forces who had been feeling smug because of some kind of discovery. Why did you slap us in the face the moment we discovered something? Congratulations to Lan Xiaonie of the West Sea Alliance for obtaining an immortal rank heavenly peach. The celestial Thearcha's voice sounded in the sky again. All of the representatives heaved a collective sigh of relief upon hearing that the alliance leader of the West Sea Alliance had obtained a heavenly peach. Thank God it wasn't Lin from the 4-9 Immortal sect. This was a very strange mentality, as if they were scared of being tortured. Lan Xiaonie held a blue, heart-shaped fruit in her hands, and she waved the fruit with a vibrant smile upon sensing Lin's gaze. And Lin gave her a thumbs up with a smile. Now he could eliminate the blue fruits as well. He began his frantic search for the red, orange, green, and cyan fruits. Lan Xiaonie looked at Lin, who was still searching for the heavenly peaches. Thank you for your divination, high priests. You too can go find the heavenly peaches now. There's no need to hold back just because of who it is. Gu Yu and Yu Feiyu nodded before continuing to search for heavenly peaches. All of the other members of the 4-9 Immortal sect also began to unleash their powers. The clown's light bulb eyes were set to the brightest possible state, and anyone who stared directly at it would be blinded. Tui, that wasn't the point. The point was that even the slightest difference between the fruits would be revealed to the naked eye. One of Su Xiaolan's eyes was golden, while the other was white. The golden eyes of the true dragon and the white eyes of the holy flame were very powerful, but they were a little slow. Xian Yuancheng seemed to be able to communicate with the fruits. Are you a heavenly peach? The fruit wobbled. What about you? Are you a heavenly peach? The other fruit wobbled. You're quite handsome. Are you a heavenly peach in disguise? The fruit wobbled somewhere else. Countless golden particles of data flashed through Bai Ling's eyes, as if she were conducting some kind of powerful calculation. Xiao, too, was like an old farmer, and he would stop here and there as he rummaged through the fruits, but no one knew if he had discovered anything. Red, orange, green, cyan. Congratulations to the representative of the 10,000 Spirits Immortal Sect, Xian Yuan Luin, for obtaining one immortal rank, Heavenly Peach. The celestial Thearka's voice reverberated throughout the myriad fruit orchard, creating another round of commotion. Xian Yuan Luin held an orange in his hand with a smile on his face. Thank you. Not long after that, congratulations to the Wind Demon Child of the Heavenly Glacial Spirit Palace for obtaining one immortal rank, Heavenly Peach. A humanoid, doll-like monster with 2 heads and a pair of colorful wings held a green fruit in its arms. The Heavenly Glacial Spirit Palace was a first-rate sect next to the Hall of Creation by the name of the Flying Spirit Tribe, and Lin was immediately under immense pressure. There were only red and green fruits left. It's over. There are only 2 immortal rank Heavenly Peaches left. We have to hurry. Sect leader and Lin doesn't look like he's going to make it. After obtaining 4 immortal rank Heavenly Peaches, there haven't been any other immortal rank Heavenly Peaches. Perhaps he was just lucky. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Furthermore, he obtained 4 Heavenly Peaches in one go. Just this achievement alone is more than enough for any of the mighty figures present to be able to catch up. All of the representatives discussed spiritedly among themselves as they continued to search. And Lin had initially planned to take all 10 of them, but reality was a little different from his ideal, and he was feeling quite panicked. However, he finally stopped in front of a red, gourd-shaped fruit. There were other living beings following him, and he immediately plucked the red gourd. Congratulations to Lin of the 4-9 Immortal Sect for obtaining one immortal rank, Heavenly Peach. The celestial Thearka's voice fell again, and the myriad fruit orchard fell silent for a moment before erupting into a frenzy. And Lin had finally unleashed his invincible might again, and Lin had once again proven himself with the naked truth. An immortal peach had been discovered through his own power, and no one else had the right to criticize him for it. There's only one immortal peach left. I have to work harder, and Lin encouraged himself. At the same time, most of the representatives also had the same thoughts. However, less than 2 minutes later, another voice suddenly sounded. Congratulations to Su Xiaolan of the 4-9 Immortal Sect for obtaining one immortal rank, Heavenly Peach. The celestial Thearka's voice plunged all of the mighty figures into despair. The final immortal rank, Heavenly Peach, belonged to the 4-9 Immortal Sect, and Lin turned toward a certain direction, and the woman there just so happened to be looking toward him. The 2 of them stared at one another. A vibrant smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face as she held a large green, lantern-like fruit in her hands. There was a hint of smugness on her face. Chapter 1313. And Lin gave Xiaolan a thumbs up upon receiving an immortal rank, Heavenly Peach. Nicely done, Xiaolan. All 10 immortal rank, Heavenly Peaches had been found. All that was left were tens of thousands of spirit fruits and a few thousand spirit fruits. All of the representatives who hadn't chosen any fruits were dejected as they began to choose other fruits. There were no immortal rank, Heavenly Peaches left, but at least there were spirit fruits to soothe their wounded hearts. there were still several hundred representatives choosing, and most of them had already chosen their fruits. And Lin helped the remaining 4 Nine Immortal Sect members choose spirit fruits, and all of them were high-rank spirit fruits. Thus, the 4 Nine Immortal Sect had reaped a bountiful harvest. After helping the sect members choose their fruits, their mission was complete. A thought suddenly occurred to Enlin as he looked at all of the representatives who were still laboriously choosing their fruits. In the next instant, Enlin's voice reverberated throughout the myriad fruit orchard. Attention, fellow cultivators! Don't miss this opportunity. Enlin is online to help you choose your fruits. 10,000 spirit stones for one try, and high-rank spirit fruits are guaranteed. If you fail to get one, I'll pay you back 10 times. Everyone fell silent as they stared at Enlin with astonishment etched on their faces. Enlin continued, I'm sure everyone knows how powerful I am, and I have a guarantee of my reputation and quality. All of the 4 Nine Immortal Sect members, all of the representatives. A spirit fruit was generally worth over 10,000 spirit stones, so it was definitely worth it to be able to choose a spirit fruit. Aside from the dozen or so Dao integration stage super mighty figures, who could guarantee that they would be able to choose a spirit fruit on the first try. Most of the people present had tears streaming down their faces as they held onto an ordinary spirit fruit. Now, Enlin had opened up an online fruit selection service. It had to be said that many mighty figures were tempted. Me. Enlin, help me. Xiang Qingya of the Dark Phoenix Imperial family raised her hand first as she yelled at Enlin with excitement in her eyes. Enlin was in dire need of a case study, and Xiang Qingya stepped forward to help him. It had to be said that this was the perfect opportunity for him. He turned to Xiang Qingya with a grateful expression. Xiang Qingya handed over the money, and Enlin casually glanced at one of the trees before saying, Pick it! Xiang Qingya immediately went over and plucked the translucent white fruit. In that instant, the white fruit gradually began to change, turning blue and white. At the same time, it emitted a rich energy fluctuation. It's a spirit fruit. It really is a spirit fruit. And it's a very high-grade spiritual fruit. What are you waiting for? Hurry up, or else you'll have to line up. When the representatives of the various forces saw the scene, they could no longer hold back and rushed forward. The scene immediately became chaotic. Don't worry. Line up one by one. And Lin said cheerfully, apart from those who are confident in their identification skills or those who are more arrogant, almost half of the representatives who hadn't chosen their fruits were here. Everyone wanted to do a business that was guaranteed to be profitable. Thus, all of the representatives followed in Lin's lead and chose the spirit fruits of the higher quality. And Lin's wallet was bulging, and they had obtained the spirit fruits, so everyone was happy. All of the Dao integration stage super mighty figures were envious at the sight of Enlin's money-making methods, and they really wanted to run over and yell, "Help me look for spirit fruits! I can do that too." However, they didn't have the face to do so. Firstly, they might not be as fast as Enlin, and secondly, they didn't have Enlin's track record. He had identified 5 immortal rank heavenly peaches and countless spirit fruits on his own. How could they compare to him? There were only a handful of these mighty figures who could command the entire Tai Chu continent. I can't compare to Enlin. I can't compare to him. In the air above the myriad fruit orchard, the 5 emperors of the celestial court stared at Enlin with their mouths agape. What the hell is Enlin thinking? How can he make money like this? Emperor Ziwei stared at Enlin with incredulity on his face. The celestial thearch's eyes almost bulged out of their sockets as he gritted his teeth. This Enlin is making money, but we're going to lose over 100 more spirit fruits. All of the spirit fruits in the celestial court are going to be squandered away by him. And Lin really is unscrupulous in order to make money. He's making money, but he's making the celestial court lose money. How terrifying! Emperor Tian Huang also gritted his teeth. "Can we stop him? I'm feeling a little distressed," Emperor Chongqing said. Emperor Qing Hua stroked his snowy white beard with a smile. "I don't think the rules from before didn't say that I couldn't do this." And Lin was also acting within the rules. The celestial Darch massaged his brows. "What a headache!" Lin Junjun snuck a glance at the 5 emperors before turning to Enlin, upon whom she couldn't help but chuckle. "What a B** starred! He's even more vicious than I am when it comes to screwing people over. He even dares to use the celestial court's money to make money." She couldn't help but think back to the time when Enlin had used information about the purple star to extort money from her. She was still very angry, but she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Time slowly passed by, and Lin was able to ensure that all 260 representatives were able to obtain spirit fruits without any mishaps. He had completed his mission to perfection. All of the representatives were astonished by Lin's abilities, but at the same time, they were also a little more grateful toward him. After all, this was a win-win situation. Wait, no, it should be a win-win situation. It was the Celestial Court that was hosting the event. Some of the representatives also felt a little more respect and approval toward the 4-9 Immortal sect. Perhaps this was a reliable force to work with in the future. It was time for the event. Everyone was enveloped by spatial power and returned to the heavenly palace. And Lin stowed 2,600,000 spirit stones into his storage ring, bringing his total wealth to a whopping 190,600,000 spirit stones. He was truly a moneybags of the cultivation world. The celestial Darch forced a smile onto his face. The 4-9 Immortal sect is the biggest winner of this event. Please welcome sect leader and Lin to say a few words. And Lin faltered slightly upon hearing this. He still had time to say a few words. All of the 4-9 Immortal sect members cheered as they pushed Enlin to his feet. Not only were Enlin from the 4-9 Immortal sect doing this, but many of the representatives from other powers were also looking at Enlin with benevolent expressions, and many of them were even clapping their hands. Thunderous applause erupted, and Lin stood up and cleared his throat. Our 4-9 Immortal sect is a sect that strives for harmony and development, and we strive for moderation and modesty in all things. What was this sense of déjà vu? Everyone's lips twitched involuntarily upon hearing this. The celestial Darch felt like he was about to throw up a mouthful of blood. Sure enough, and Lin continued, "I only want half of this garden, filled with the fragrance of spring fruits and the dazzling immortal peaches." Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. The celestial Darch, all of the representatives. Chapter 13:14. Almost the exact same words had been uttered during the Heavenly Peach Banquet. Last time, all of the representatives felt like Enlin was quite arrogant, but he was also quite exceptional. They knew that the 4-9 Immortal sect had secured half of the spoils for the first event, which was actually quite acceptable. After all, they had power and luck. However, the 4-9 Immortal sect still managed to secure more than half of the spoils for the second event. This was a little terrifying. After delivering his statement, Enlin stood proudly at the Heavenly Peach Banquet, facing the gazes of a dozen or so Dao integration stage super mighty figures, and close to 2,000 return to void stage and soul formation stage mighty figures with no fear on his face. How arrogant was this? It was as dazzling as the sun. Zhu Shan, who was secretly envious of Tang Wulin, had already been thoroughly humiliated by this scene. Lin Junjun heaved a faint sigh. She was starting to regret her deal with Enlin. This B** starred. His arrogance knew no bounds. All of the representatives could sense a sense of pride surging straight into the heavens from Enlin's calm expression. If a normal person flexed, others might ask why they didn't want to ascend to the heavens. And Lin's words were meant to tell everyone that he was going to ascend to the heavens. His 4-9 Immortal sect was going to ascend to the heavens. The atmosphere in the stadium was silent for a few seconds, and then it was followed by a tsunami of applause. The representatives were not stingy with their applause, cheering and applauding. In particular, all of the representatives who had cooperated with Enlin in the past were applauding him with spirit stones. They revered Enlin and revered Enlin. No one knew what heights Enlin would reach in the future. The only thing that was certain was that he was already very bad *SS now, and he was going to be even more bad *SS in the future. If they were still bickering with Enlin now, they were either idiots or idiots. Thus, Enlin returned to his seat amid the applause in an extremely calm and collected manner. Shui Zhantian pounced toward Enlin excitedly. "Master, you're the role model that I've been following for the rest of my life." That speech just then was simply too thrilling. I felt like I was suddenly enlightened after listening to it, and I almost flew into the heavens. Enlin slapped Shui Zhantian away before turning to the woman beside him. "Xiaolan, what do you think of my performance this time?" "It's the same thing, but it's even more powerful than last time." Su Xiaolan chuckled. "Even I've been intimidated by your aura." "Ha ha ha. Of course. How could your Tao companion be ordinary? He must be a dragon among men, a heaven-favored figure." And Lin was a little proud of himself. Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes. "All right, let's distribute the fruits first." "Fruit distribution? There are 20 of us. Isn't one fruit for each of us?" And Lin tilted his head and asked in confusion. "That won't do, master. For example, a lazy fish like me doesn't deserve something as valuable as an immortal peach," Xiaohong replied in her sweet voice. And Lin, what else could he say to a pet beast with such self-awareness? "I think we should distribute the fruits according to contributions. There's no doubt that Enlin contributed the most, so he should receive 2 immortal peaches. Does anyone have any objections?" Everyone shook their heads in response. Bai Ling continued, "Then Su Xiaolan gets 1 immortal peach, and the remaining 3 immortal peaches will be split among the 18 of us. As for the 14 spirit fruits, we'll use them as sect resources." Bai Ling's method of distribution was very reasonable, and no one had any objections. At this moment, the celestial Dharch began to speak again. "Next up is the third event, the official commencement of the Heavenly Peach Banquet." The celestial Thearka's voice fell, and bursts of iridescent light suddenly appeared in the pristine white heavenly palace. An extremely dreamy light slowly descended as soothing music began to play. And Lin knew that this was the time for free activities. Those who wanted to eat, those who wanted to drink, and those who wanted to dance, they danced. As the biggest winner of this banquet, the 4-9 Immortal sect was different from the other sections. They were about to conduct an immortal rank Heavenly Peach tasting event, and all of their sect members would get to eat one. As the mastermind of the Purple Star Laboratory, Bai Ling was able to cut down every single molecule evenly, so everyone naturally allowed her to do the cutting. 3 immortal rank Heavenly Peaches were placed on the table. Each and every one of the Heavenly Peaches was red and tender, like a shy young woman in the midst of a spring peach blossom. As soon as they were released, the peculiar fruity aroma of the immortal peaches wafted through the air, making one feel as if they had been lifted into the clouds. It was said that a mortal could extend their lifespan by 100 years just by inhaling a mouthful of an immortal rank Heavenly Peach. Not only that, but due to the rich immortal chi being released from the immortal peach, a small white coiled dragon had also appeared. The dragon circled around the immortal peach, looking holy and dignified. It was as if it were a guardian that would not allow anyone to violate the immortal peach of immortality. This type of heavenly peach was even more appetizing. Bai Ling extended a slender finger and made a slight movement. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless thin nets instantly sliced the 3 heavenly peaches into 18 portions. She also pulled out 3 shimmering, golden, heavenly peach cores. The heavenly peach cores contain extremely powerful wood-type essence, so they can be used for pill refinement, Bai Ling said. Leave pale refinement to me, I'm good at it. Su Xiaolan raised her hand. Thus, all three immortal peaches were taken care of. Everyone swallowed involuntarily as the translucent fruit petals appeared before their eyes. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were even more impressive as they ate the entire heavenly peach. Crunch! And Lin took a bite. A crisp and refreshing sensation instantly spread through his entire body, creating an indescribable sense of satisfaction. This was the ultimate peach flavor, and the flavor lingered in one's mouth for a very long time. Furthermore, it began to improve as time passed. The heavenly peach's dragon massage unblocked one's blood and meridians, and even one's sea of vital energy began to churn as one's soul trembled. It feels so good. I feel like I'm going to ascend to the heavens. And Lin let loose a cry of surprise. Me too. Su Xiaolan let loose a soft moan. Whoosh! A pair of white wings appeared behind the two of them, and Lin and Su Xiaolan held hands as they rose into the air and danced through the air. Black Spirit Snake was just about to eat a heavenly peach when she abruptly stopped what she was doing. A disdainful expression appeared on her face. It feels so embarrassing. All of the other 4-9 Immortal Sect members also wore extremely satisfied expressions after eating the immortal peaches. Even though they weren't euphoric, it was still an extremely enjoyable experience. Seeing this scene, the other big shots were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. The 4-9 Immortal Sect members were enjoying themselves while they could only look on. After eating the heavenly peaches, all of the 4-9 Immortal Sect members lay down on their chairs in exhaustion, eating the spirit fruits on the table as if they were nothing more than rice. Now it was time to make friends. There were many more sects that came to the 4-9 Immortal Sects banquet and offered to establish friendly relations with them than he had imagined. If it weren't for the fact that all of the other sects were too embarrassed to line up, there would be 2 long lines of people waiting in line. There were also some beauties who came to invite Enlin to dance, but all of them were turned down by Enlin and blacklisted by him. They were clearly trying to get him to do their dirty work. They were up to no good. Thus, the Heavenly Peach Banquet drew to a conclusion amid a joyous atmosphere. Everything returned to normal, and Lin thought about it for a moment. He had been skipping classes for 2 months, so it was about time for him to go back to class. Chapter 13:15. And Lin rode on Dubai and flew toward the United University of Cultivation. Beside him was a little whale that was blowing bubbles nonstop. The bubbles exploded in midair to reveal a string of text. The little whale blew bubbles. Sigh. With the help of the 5 emperors, my body can expand and shrink, but the heavenly peaches I eat are tasteless. Wah, and Lin chuckled. Don't you already have 10 million spirit stones? High rank, blood, differentiation divine, pills cost around 300 million spirit stones, so you only need to earn another 290 million. The little whale was even more depressed upon hearing this. Do you really think 290 million spirit stones is that easy to earn? That's an astronomical number. Who knows when I'll be able to earn that amount? Celestial immortal you, Hua consoled. Don't worry, Principal. There are many opportunities to earn money in the future, so you'll definitely be able to earn it all someday. The little whale was still very dejected. I'm afraid that I'll become a Kuan Peng in a few 100,000 years. A few 100,000 years. And Lin was quite surprised. I don't have to wait that long. I can earn 100 million spirit stones in a year, so I'll be able to earn it all in 3 years. Celestial immortal you, Hua, Wang Xinyu. The little whale suddenly pounced toward Enlin and blew bubbles in a frenzy. Take me with you. Take me with you. Big boss. And Lin was speechless. You're the principal, and I'm just a student. Please be careful. The little whale continued to blow bubbles. Mr. Enlin, you're the first person in the history of our university. Yesterday, you were proud of the university, and today the university is proud of you, so I'm also proud of you. What's wrong with begging you to take me with you? He sounded like he was making a lot of sense. However, Enlin still refused with a serious expression. No way. I'm a man who has to save up for my wife. I'm going to hold a world-class wedding in 100 years, and that's going to require a lot of money. And Lin spouted out his heroic words. Su Xiaolan was flying on her sword not far away, and she lowered her head with a slight blush on her face. Wang Xinyu would definitely scoff at the notion that it was a world-class wedding. However, Wang Xinyu had no choice but to believe in Lin's words. After all, he and the immortals of the Celestial Court had witnessed Lin's performance during the Saturn Peach Feast as a non-participant. It was not impossible for such a talented man to hold a world-class wedding. Soon, Lin returned to school. The leisurely and natural life began again, and Lin didn't really need to cultivate now. All he had to do was wait for Chang, Yi's divine pill, and Ziwei's divine tool to progress to the return to void stage. Wait, little Xia was also a divine tool, and Lin suddenly came back to his senses. If that was the case, then he would be able to progress to the return to void stage once Chang, Yi's divine pill, was refined. Suddenly he was looking forward to it. Tool usage class, on the wide lawn, and Lin was wielding an ordinary magic tool, and he was casually swinging it through the air. He was sparring with his classmate Sun Xinglian, who was one of the 4 lackeys from the Myriad Mountain realm. She was a cold and aloof beauty with a pair of huge breasts. She had once been regarded as the fiercest girl by Lin. However, her title of fiercest girl had already been taken away by a Grandmaster Construction, Cultivator. That was an F-rank powerful being, and the average woman was no match for her. Even if Sun Xinglian wasn't the fiercest, she was still extremely fierce. She wore a blue Taoist robe, and her tall and curvaceous figure, as well as her long, slender neck and intricate collarbones, made her appear like a beautiful and proud swan. And Lin casually swung the magic tool in his hand, and Sun Xinglian was forced into retreat. Her breasts bounced up and down as she moved, and it was quite a spectacle to behold. And Lin observed for a while and spotted a very obvious opening in Sun Xinglian's defense. He casually flicked his long sword toward that opening, and the blade of his sword glinted with a cold light as it rested against Sun Xinglian's neck. I lost. Sun Xinglian heaved a sigh, but there was a hint of excitement in her eyes. Through her sparring with Lin, she had gained a lot of new insights into the Tao of the sword, and Lin was completely oblivious to this, and he merely nodded with a smile on his face. He had already transcended to another realm, and he didn't think that his swordsmanship was all that good, nor did he know what his Tao of the sword meant to the students he was sparring with. He was just bored out of his mind, and his classmates wanted to spar with him, so he played along. Nearby, the teacher responsible for teaching swordsmanship stroked his beard and heaved a long sigh. Sigh. In this day and age, even a student can wield the sword better than me. His sword intent is ethereal and profound, and the Tao of the sword is simplified. The students don't feel any psychological pressure when sparring with him, and the results are many times better than when I personally teach them. The teacher sighed with both melancholy and admiration. Finishing his apprenticeship before even graduating, this was probably the kind of student that Lin was, right? It's my turn. Big brother please enlighten me. A pretty girl in a pink dress with short hair jumped out and performed a salute with a wide grin. And Lin couldn't help but sigh again upon seeing this flat-chested girl, Miao Tian. Sure enough, girls with bigger breasts were more realistic and three-dimensional. Right at this moment, whoosh, 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 a few icy darts flew through the air toward him, and Lin wasn't paying attention, and he instinctively swung the long sword in his hand toward the icy darts. Clang, clang, clang. The angle was accurate, and the force behind the slash was terrifying. The spirit tool icy darts were sent flying into the air by Lin's slash. Miao Tian was at a loss. The air suddenly fell into silence. Soon, Miao Tian's eyes reddened, and she sobbed. And Lin, you're a bully. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention and used too much force. Didn't you refine those spirit tools? You can summon them back. And Lin said anxiously. Miao Tian had an aggrieved expression. The darts were sent too far away by you. I can't sense them anymore. And Lin. It was truly embarrassing to lose a classmate's weapon with one slash, with no other choice, and Lin could only release his powerful divine sense and help Miao Tian retrieve her weapon. The two of them continued to spar, and Lin didn't use his sword, and he performed catching darts with his bare hands. It had to be said, as long as one's cultivation base was high enough, everything became simple. Not invincible in everything, but proficient in everything was no problem. Immediately afterward, he played hand-to-hand combat with Luo Zipping, played Wind with Zhong Yongyan, and played Myriad Spirit Tai Chi Explosion with Big Brother Cheng. Tui, playing the Tao of Myriad Spirit Tai Chi. After his cultivation, he returned to his dorm room, and he played with the three beauties, Little Red and Little Na. Little Na was becoming wilder and wilder, and Little Red was becoming more and more of a salted fish. At the end of the day, Little Gu was still the best. Little Gu was gentle and understanding, and she would occasionally transform into a beautiful little butterfly and dance around him. It was a great feeling. The days passed peacefully just like that. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and Lin and Su Xiaolan strolled along the tree-lined path of the campus as they walked toward a nearby classroom. Recently, he had been attending all of his classes on time, and he cherished every single day on campus. However, an extremely grave expression suddenly appeared on Lin's face as he turned toward a certain direction outside the university. Something's coming this way. Chapter 13:16. What is it? Su Xiaolan's expression also became quite tense upon hearing this. Something that could make Lin's expression change so drastically had to be quite something. It looks like... And Lin turned toward the distance as an expression of shock appeared on his face. A snow mountain. A snow mountain? Su Xiaolan's expression was one of incredulity. A snow mountain flying toward them from afar was already quite unimaginable. Xiaoxian United University was situated on a floating island, and there was a snow mountain in the distance. Didn't that mean that the snow mountain was flying into the sky? That was even more unimaginable. However, Su Xiaolan soon realized that Lin was right. The black dot in the distance gradually expanded, and it really was a flying mountain. A mountain over a kilometer tall flew toward them from afar. The top of the mountain was covered in pristine white snow, and there were all types of peculiar plants growing down below, making it look no different from a normal snow mountain. However, this mountain was imbued with an extremely peculiar power. That's right, for some reason. And Lin had a feeling that the snow mountain was no ordinary being. Whoosh! A gargantuan and terrifying formation appeared over the entire island. This was a Tao integration stage, automatic defensive formation. Not to mention a mere 1,000-meter tall snow mountain. Even if a 10,000-meter tall divine mountain were to crash down, it would still be able to withstand it without a scratch. However, when the snow mountain crashed into the formation, a peculiar twisting power tore a massive hole into the formation, upon which the snow mountain crashed into a mountain within the university. Boom! An earth-shattering boom erupted. The snow mountain was flattened by the impact. Holy F! Asterisk. What's going on? And Lin was completely dumbstruck. Shouldn't the snow mountain crash into the formation be pulverized? Why did this seem to be different from what he had imagined? This sudden development had alerted all of the mighty figures within the university. The snow mountain had crashed into the outskirts of the university, so none of the students had noticed it. Right at this moment, his expression shifted drastically. Holy F asterisk CK. Again. He turned toward the same direction, where another black dot had appeared. The black dot grew larger and larger, and surprisingly, it was also a snow mountain. The snow mountain whistled over from the distant sky, crashing into the formation and crashing into a huge lake in the forest of 1,000 peaks. Rumble. The earth shook violently again. The impact created huge waves in the lake. Water splashed everywhere, and the ground cracked tens of thousands of meters. In the end, the beautiful lake turned into a cold and desolate snowy mountain. All the juniors in the classroom felt the ground shake violently as if the earth had sneezed. Outside the classroom, on a shady path not far away. What the hell? Where did these snowy mountains come from? And Lin stared at a certain direction in the void as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He couldn't see what was at the end, but he knew that there must be something there. Su Xiaolan suddenly thought of something and immediately said, "And Lin, do you still remember? Not long ago, the snow maidens were thriving on the border of the opposite shore realm. But countless snowy mountains suddenly fell from the sky, inflicting heavy casualties on them." An expression of shock appeared on Lin's face. "You're saying that these snowy mountains are the same snowy mountains that attacked the snow maidens?" Su Xiaolan nodded with a grave expression. "That's very likely. This was a very bad sign. The snow maidens had Tao integration stage emperors among their ranks, but they were still in such a miserable state. Now that the snowy mountains were targeting them, how were they supposed to defend themselves?" Right at this moment, another snowy mountain flew toward them from the distance. This snowy mountain was over 10,000 feet tall, and it was like an extremely terrifying meteorite imbued with boundless kinetic energy, as if it were going to completely sink the floating continent that was Xiaoxian United University. "Crap, the snowy mountain is going to crash into our university." And Lin's expression shifted drastically. Su Xiaolan's heart also jolted upon seeing this. The university was where many students and teachers attended classes. If the snowy mountain really were to crash into the university, then the casualties would be extremely severe. The sound of emergency sirens erupted throughout the entire university. A series of powerful auras had already soared into the sky. "Impudence! This is the territory of the Celestial Court. How dare you wreak havoc on the university grounds?" Enraged roars erupted into the heavens as close to a dozen return to void stage mighty figures sprang into action. All of them were teachers of the university, including Vice Principal Yuhua. At this moment, tens of thousands of students and teachers had already run out of the university, and their faces instantly paled at the sight of the gargantuan, snowy mountain hurtling toward them. Some of the first-year students had even lost all strength in their legs and were unable to move. Boom, 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 one earth-shattering spell technique after another was unleashed toward the snowy mountain in the distance. All of the students and teachers on the ground fled for their lives as they looked on with anticipation at the battle taking place in the distance. All of the return to void stage spell techniques crashed into the snowy mountain and exploded violently, sending devastating shockwaves into the heavens. However, the snowy mountain seemed to have been enshrouded by a mysterious power. All of the power was unable to penetrate this barrier, and some of it was even absorbed into the mountain. All of the students and teachers turned even paler upon seeing this. Their return to void stage spell techniques were completely ineffective. This wasn't a snowy mountain. This was a monster. Great astral shift. A dazzling divine Tao light erupted from Vice Principal Yuhua's body as countless stars twisted the space around him before enshrouding the snowy mountain in an attempt to move it away. His idea was actually quite correct. If he couldn't destroy the snowy mountain, then he would just have to move it. However, the power of the snowy mountain far exceeded Vice Principal Yuhua's imagination. When his power of the divine Tao came into contact with the snowy mountain, it was kept at bay by an invisible barrier and was completely unable to affect the snowy mountain. Vice Principal Yuhua's attack seemed to have struck thin air. "It's over." His face was deathly pale with despair. Right at this moment, a gargantuan whale suddenly appeared. It was over 3,000 meters tall, which was over a head taller than the massive snowy mountain. Its body was over 10,000 meters in length, and it instantly obscured the entire sky. It was as if a mythological beast had descended upon this world. Principal Wang, Xinyu, had sprung into action. Howl! A forlorn cry erupted as the whale crashed headfirst into the snowy mountain with immense power. Seeing as spell technique attacks were ineffective, then it was time to use the most direct physical attack. That's right, this was the full-force attack of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure, as well as the purest form of physical attack. The terrifying force it unleashed could even shatter a continent. Boom! The gargantuan whale crashed into the snowy mountain. An earth-shattering boom erupted as shock waves proliferated for over 50 kilometers. Crack, crack, crack. Semi-transparent cracks began to appear on the snowy mountain like a spider web. The snowy mountain appeared to be completely unscathed, but its power did not vanish. Instead, it pierced through the invisible barrier and struck the interior of the snowy mountain. Finally, the snowy mountain was knocked off course by the gargantuan whale. The snowy mountain crashed into the ground, raising a few small mountains to the ground and causing a violent earthquake, as if the entire floating continent were about to be torn apart. Everyone knew that if the snowy mountain were to crash into the classrooms, it would most likely destroy most of them. Tens of thousands of students and teachers all yelled, "Long live the principal!" However, they only had a chance to celebrate for a few seconds before two more black dots hurtled toward them from afar. These two black dots were also crashing toward the United University of Cultivation. Wang Xinyu didn't even have a chance to catch his breath before two more snowy mountains hurtled toward him. "Run!" Vice Principal Yuhua roared. The teachers immediately began to evacuate the students. No matter how powerful Wang Xinyu was, he could only block one snowy mountain at most. But now, two snowy mountains were flying toward him. Chapter 1317. All of the students could only flee from the school. However, there were too many students to evacuate in a short period of time. What awaited them was most likely going to be an extremely gruesome and tragic scene. Wang Xinyu let loose an anguished wail before crashing toward one of the massive snow mountains. There was no way he could defend himself against both snow mountains, so he could only try his best. The whale crashed into one of the snow mountains, but the other snow mountain was already crashing down mercilessly. All of the students who were fleeing from the school discovered that the sky had already been replaced by a gargantuan snow mountain crashing down upon them, as if a gargantuan continent were crashing down upon them. The massive mountain struck all of the students with a sense of asphyxiation. Despair welled up in their hearts. There was no way they could escape from such a massive snow mountain. Countless students were already unleashing spell techniques toward the snow mountain in the sky with all their might. They could die, but they couldn't just sit there and do nothing. They hoped that they could create a miracle. Unfortunately, their spell techniques were completely ineffective in the face of the snow mountain. At this moment, two figures appeared in the air above the school, facing the oncoming snow mountain. One of them wore a robe as white as snow, while the other wore a robe of azure. These were two legendary figures of the school, and they were living legends. It's senior student Enlin and senior student Su Xiaolan. They're standing in front of us. Some of the students yelled with excitement and gratitude. Even Vice Principal Yuhua can't do anything against the oncoming snow mountain. Are they going to die with us? Even so, many of the despairing students still felt as if a flame had been ignited in their hearts. Enlin and Su Xiaolan were the only source of hope for the despairing students, giving them the hope that they could survive even as they fled for their lives. With Enlin and Su Xiaolan's power, they should have been able to evade the snow mountain. However, for the sake of the students, Enlin and Su Xiaolan stepped forward and stood in front of the school. If they failed, they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. They would be buried under the snow mountain along with the students. Believe in them. Senior student Enlin has never disappointed us. Tens of thousands of students and teachers clenched their fists as they turned toward the sky. Su Xiaolan did not hesitate to draw her sword. She used her strongest power right from the start. Tens of thousands of students felt as if holy flames were burning above their heads. True dragons roared and vermilion birds soared through the sky. Their supreme might was accompanied by a supreme holy might, transforming into a sword projection that was over 10,000 meters long, slashing toward the approaching snow mountain. This sword strike had already reached the return to void pinnacle stage, rumble, accompanied by an earth-shattering collision. The sword gleam and the snow mountain first stagnated. Then, the sword gleam seemed to have come into contact with some kind of power and began to collapse and dissipate. The snowy mountain's momentum did not slow down, and it continued to fall rapidly. Su Xiaolan's body swayed slightly, and her face turned pale. And Lin didn't back down even a single step upon seeing this. His origin energy of the netherworld erupted forth as his aura rose to the return to void stage. At the same time, a divine light of darkness erupted from his evil-slaying sword. The world was shrouded in darkness. There was no sky, no earth, nothing. There was only the flying snow mountain and the dazzling white figure facing the snow mountain. Countless students were shocked by the scene, not understanding what was going on. Wang Xinyu's expression suddenly shifted as he smashed through a snow mountain. This is the domain of a divine sword that has nurtured a spirit. That's right, this was the divine tool domain that Little Xie had attained after progressing to the divine tool level. Little Xie, can you vanquish the snow mountain with vanquish the heavens and slay all evil? It's too big, so it can't. All right, and Lin was not disappointed. Instead, he raised his evil-slaying sword and brought it down without any fear on his face. Evil sword technique, ninth technique, final technique, eternal night. He unleashed the most powerful sword strike of his life. Within the domain of darkness, it was as if the sword had fused into the domain, making it impossible for anyone to see it. However, what was undeniable was the monstrous sword intent that was capable of subduing all things, as well as the power that struck fear into Wang Xinyu's heart. This was a sword technique that came with the evil-slaying sword prior to progressing to the divine tool level. Little Xie had used it in the abyss of evil, and the moonlit night monarch had also used it when she stole the evil-slaying sword. Little Xie had already instilled all 9 techniques into Lin, and Lin unleashed his most powerful technique from the get-go. He had already unleashed his sword strike, but the snow mountain did not react at all. It continued to crash down with unfathomable power, as if that sword strike had been nothing more than an illusion. It was just about to crush Lin and Su Xiaolan into mincemeat when all of a sudden, bam! A dull thump erupted from the snow mountain. It was as if something had been sliced into pieces. The massive snow mountain was disintegrating at a rate discernible to the naked eye before being engulfed by absolute darkness. Light returned to heaven and earth. Tens of thousands of teachers and students turned their eyes toward the sky. There was nothing in the sky. Only Lin and Su Xiaolan stood tall and straight with swords in their hands. As for the snow mountain, it was as if it had already been disintegrated into the tiniest particles, leaving no trace of it in this world. Boom! The snow mountain that Wang Xinyu had knocked away crashed into the ground in the distance, causing the earth to tremor violently. However, none of this made any of the teachers' and students' expressions change in the slightest. All of their eyes were fixed on the figure in the sky, and none of them had come to their senses. The snow mountain is gone. God and destroyed the snow mountain? Oh my God, I'm not dreaming, right? Senior Lin is so bad *SS. Wow. Classmate Lin is so cool. Countless students were venting the emotions in their hearts. There was incredulity, admiration from the bottom of their hearts, fanatical reverence, and the joy of surviving a calamity. Even Wang Xinyu was extremely astonished upon seeing this. One had to realize that even he was unable to destroy those strange snow mountains, but Lin had destroyed them with a single sword strike. How could he not be astonished? Even Lin was astonished by what he was seeing. I only wanted to destroy the mountain with a single sword strike. How did I destroy the snow mountain? Am I that bad, *SS? And Lin murmured to himself, without that layer of protection, it's just an ordinary snow mountain at most. Is it really that strange that the 9th technique, Eternal Night, destroyed it? Hence, the fact that I can break through that layer of protection makes me the most powerful. Little Xie's childish voice sounded in a merciless manner. And Lin, what's that layer of protection? And Lin asked. And Lin was quite curious about the fact that it was able to pierce through the protection of a Dao integration stage formation and defend against the attacks of a Dao integration stage super mighty figure. Little Xie replied, It's right at this moment, Vice Principal Yu Hua's voice suddenly sounded again. Run. And Lin and Su Xiaolan both faltered slightly as they looked into the distance. In the distance, 5 black dots began to appear before quickly flying toward them. This time there were 5 snow mountains. Chapter 1318. Is there no end to this? And Lin was completely dumbstruck upon seeing this. First, 1 snow mountain after another came crashing down, then 2 snow mountains, and now 5 snow mountains were crashing down on them at once. Did they have to do this? Most importantly, no one knew where the snow mountains had come from, who had thrown them, why they were so powerful, and why they were crashing down on them. All of the students in the school area had yet to be evacuated, and Lin gritted his teeth and was just about to unleash his Eternal Night technique with his origin energy of the netherworld. At this moment, 5 divine lights suddenly flashed through the sky. They were as vast as the heavenly might and as dazzling as the sun. The Celestial Arch, Emperor Ziwei, Emperor Tianhuang, Emperor Changshan, and Emperor Qinghua all appeared at the same time to face the 5 oncoming snow mountains. Bam! 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 An earth-shattering collision erupted. The 5 emperors of the Celestial Court unleashed their most powerful physical attacks at the same time to knock the 5 snow mountains off course. All of them unleashed the same method upon seeing Wang Xianyu's attack. Our Celestial Court is no pushover like the Snow Maidens. Do you want to die? This is the territory of the Celestial Court. You can't do whatever you want here. The emperors roared in unison as they unleashed extremely terrifying auras as they looked up into the distance. Even a Dao integration stage, super mighty figure would be scared witless by the combined might of the 5 emperors of the Celestial Court. The space in the distance twisted and warped, and a figure gradually began to appear. It was both real and illusory like the wind and the clouds. Its figure was tall and majestic, like a god descending into the world. Its feet stepped on the earth, and its head was in the blue dome of heaven. A divine ring that resembled a flowing wind continuously revolved above its head, growing and multiplying. It was far too tall, and it was countless feet tall. This was a being that all living beings had to look up to. It was as if it represented the entire heavens. All of the mighty figures forgot to breathe upon seeing this. It was as if doing anything would be disrespectful to the being before them. Many of the students were unable to withstand the boundless divine might and had already collapsed to the ground. The Celestial Thearcha's expression shifted drastically upon seeing this, and he harumphed coldly as his power of the divine Tao instantly spread through heaven and earth. Kacha, the existence with its head in the sky and its feet on the ground scattered like clouds and mist. The aura instantly dissipated. Those with good eyesight would be able to see a 2-meter-tall humanoid figure in the distance. It didn't have any facial features, only a pair of golden eyes. Its body was still translucent and as white as jade. It was extremely gentle and calm, but the flowing wind divine ring on its head made one's heart beat inexplicably. Who are you? The Celestial Arch wore a grave expression. That strange existence raised its head, its golden eyes looking at everything in front of it indifferently. The wind died down. Everything became quiet. The teachers and students continued to retreat into the distance. Everyone knew that this was the calm before the storm. If they didn't leave now, they really wouldn't be able to leave. And Lin and Su Xiaolan also wanted to retreat. They didn't have the right to interfere in a battle between Tao integration stage super mighty figures, just as he was about to flee. And Lin noticed that the existence, standing quietly in the void in the distance, seemed to be looking at him. "My name is Feng," an extremely ethereal yet extremely pleasant voice sounded. It was impossible to discern the gender of this voice, but it was very neutral yet very comforting. Feng, the celestial Thearcha's brows furrowed. He had never heard of such a person on this continent. Could this be a Hall of Creation Windwalker? No, there was too much of a disparity between the two of them. If a Hall of Creation Windwalker dared to come here, the 5 emperors would be able to beat it into an idiot without any hesitation. That's right, I am the wind that can sweep up 10,000 mountains. The existence spread open a hand, and a small snow mountain appeared in midair before being lifted up by a peculiar gust of wind. A theory appeared in the 5 emperors' minds. Perhaps the extremely peculiar protective barrier around the snow mountain was bestowed upon the snow mountain by the wind in that mysterious being's hand. It can even keep out or engulf the power of the divine Tao. What kind of creature is it? What should we do? Should we attack together? Wait, it said it's the wind. Could it be? The 5 emperors were all extremely cautious in the face of an unknown being. Right at this moment, the Wind Walker had already hurled the small snow mountain in its hand. The small snow mountain expanded in the wind and soon became a divine mountain over 100,000 feet tall. It was as if the entire continent were crashing down upon the Xiaoxian United University campus. All the students and teachers were dumbstruck. This snow mountain was on a completely different level from the previous snow mountain. If the snow mountain really were to fall, not only would the campus be razed to the ground, even the entire floating continent of the university would be shattered. The 5 emperors and Wang Xianyu's expressions shifted drastically as they hurtled toward the snow mountain. Knock the snow mountain off the floating continent. Everyone go in that direction. The 6 Tao integration stage super mighty figures unleashed all of their physical attacks at the same time to crash into one side of the snow mountain. I am the wind, I am also the god, and I am also the heavens. The living being that was as white as jade slowly spread open its hands, and a gust of wind appeared out of nowhere before accumulating on the snow mountain. The 6 Tao integration stage super mighty figures felt as if they had crashed into a sponge, and their energy was quickly being depleted. No! Emperor Ziwei's eyes widened. The towering divine mountain crashed through Xiaoxian United University's array formation and descended from the sky. If this continued, even if the students managed to escape from the school area, they would still be smashed into smithereens by the shock waves of the collision. The celestial Thearcha's divine Tao merged with heaven and earth, and his voice boomed like thunder. Sacrifice all of the power of the school protection formation. Fortify everything. Rumble, the formation that was originally used to protect the students, quickly merged with every inch of the ground, causing every inch of the ground to glow with divine light. The hardness of the ground instantly increased by hundreds of times. In that instant, the celestial Darch changed his train of thought. Since there was no way to stop the fall of the snow mountain, then he would do everything in his power to stabilize the earth so that it could withstand the impact of the snow mountain. The divine mountain fell. Its might was world-shaking, and Lin and Su Xiaolan quickly escaped from the sky. The evacuation of the students in the school district was completed under the efforts of the teachers. They were all out of range of the divine mountain, but that doesn't mean it's safe. It was just like when a planet crashed into Earth. Earth wouldn't die, but the living beings on it would most likely suffer a catastrophe and become extinct. Bang! A violent collision ensued, and it was as if heaven and earth had been torn apart. Shock waves proliferated in a ring-shaped manner as gale-force winds swept through for several hundred kilometers. All of the surrounding trees were uprooted and swept into the sky. All of the teachers stood in front of the evacuated students and did their best to withstand the shock waves of the impact. What was a little surprising to Enlin was that after the power of the spell formation was infused into the floating continent, it did not shatter after taking the Divine Mountain's attack head-on. Instead, it only caved in slightly after absorbing the force of the Divine Mountain's crash. It was exactly because of this that the students who hadn't managed to get far were able to survive. The mysterious being in the distance remained completely unfazed upon seeing this. Instead, it spoke in an indifferent voice. Let's destroy the celestial court in order to exterminate the human race. The 5 emperors instantly exploded with rage upon hearing this. Destroy the celestial court? What a bold statement. Let's go. *CK it. No matter who it is, it must die today. Kill it. He had even threatened to destroy the heavenly court. So how could the 5 emperors, who had been hesitant before, hesitate any longer? They immediately pounced toward the mysterious being in the distance. Chapter 1319. Enlin escaped from the battlefield with his evil-slaying sword in hand. Little Xia, what did you just say was that layer of power protecting the snow mountain? How were you able to break through it? Little Xia was silent for a moment before replying. That power is actually a little similar to the power of laws, and it's not just a simple power of laws. Instead, it's the power of laws of the Tai Chu continent, the center of this world. In other words, it's the power of the heavens. And Lin's expression shifted drastically. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at the mysterious, translucent, white, jade-like existence. The 5 emperors were charging toward the mysterious being, but the mysterious being was looking at him. Its golden eyes met the black and white eyes for a second time, and Lin could almost see a hint of a smile in its eyes. Be careful, Celestial Darch. It's very likely the self-consciousness of the representative of the heavenly Tao and the ruler of the heavenly wind god. Don't use any wind-type spell techniques. And Lin yelled, the heavenly wind god. The celestial Thearcha's expression shifted slightly. He had once heard from Enlin that the heavenly sea god, the ruler of the heavenly sea god, was a top secret of the heavenly court. Now that the ruler of the heavenly wind god had arrived, it would not be an exaggeration to refer to him as the heavenly wind god, and he was truly the heavenly wind god. In the Tao of wind, it was a god, a supreme being. What the *CK? Didn't they say that representatives of the heavenly Tao can't enter the Tai Chu continent? Emperor Ziwei murmured to himself. The hole in the sky is becoming more and more terrifying. It's not like you don't know that. Emperor Tianhuang wore a cold expression as a pair of golden lightning wings appeared on his back. When the evil dragons of the ancient Tai Chu dragon realm invaded this world, the heavenly Tao underwent another change. Now, the foreign tribes outside the ancient Tai Chu realm are also eyeing this place with hostility, so it's no surprise that something like this has happened. The celestial Darch spoke with a grave expression. As he spoke, the 5 emperors' power of the divine Tao was already sweeping toward the heavenly wind god. Any one of the emperors could reduce the ground within a radius of over 50 kilometers to rubble. Now that all 5 of them had unleashed their full power, the entire sky twisted and crumbled. The heavenly wind god waved a hand in the face of the oncoming attack. Bam! It was as if the air was compressed and then exploded. All of the power of the divine Tao before him was pulverized by a single palm. To be able to destroy the combined attack of the 5 emperors so easily, this caused their expressions to change drastically. Don't be afraid. The fact that it's trying to defend itself against our attacks proves that our attacks can actually pose a threat to it. The celestial Darch said in a calm voice. The other great monarchs understood this as well, and they all became alert. Upon hearing the celestial Thearcha's words, a mouth suddenly appeared on the heavenly wind god's featureless head, upon which it chuckled. An ethereal and pleasant voice reverberated in the air. Even ants feel pain when they bite. I've waved my hand to chase them away, but they think I'm afraid of their attack? Do you still think you can win? It was quite clear that the heavenly wind god was already viewing the 5 emperors as ants. There was a flash of anger in the 5 great emperors' hearts. However, they quickly suppressed their anger. If the heavenly wind god is a manifestation of the heavenly Tao, then it definitely wouldn't view us like this. There must be a reason why it's doing this, and that is to infuriate us and make us lose our minds. The celestial thearch's expression became more and more solemn as he spoke. Right at this moment, translucent snow suddenly began to fall from the sky. It's snowing? The teachers and students who were fleeing into the distance saw the crystal clear and beautiful snowflakes dancing in the air like snow fairies. For a moment, they seemed to have forgotten all their negative emotions, as if they were in a worry-free land. Snow can purify all impurities, and wind will take away all of your worries. The heavenly wind god flicked a finger toward the massive snowy mountain that had crashed into the teaching area, upon which a light breeze blew for over 500 kilometers. Come forth, powerful beings of the foreign realm, and cleanse all evil from this world. Whoosh! A blue, rhomboid enchantment barrier suddenly appeared, encompassing the entire Xiaoxian United University continent within it. All of the most powerful beings of the heavenly court are here. Is it trying to take us all down in one fell swoop? Emperor Ziwei's expression was extremely dark. He opened his hand, and a small, white shuttle appeared in his palm. All of the students and teachers were initially planning to escape from this continent and head toward the Celestial Court or other places in the Kingdom of the 9 States, but they were instantly dumbstruck by the sight of the blue, rhomboid enchantment barrier. At this moment, the massive divine mountain suddenly began to tremor. The gargantuan mountain was split in half down the middle. Within the mountain, there was a black gate of light that was exuding powerful spatial fluctuations. A series of humanoid beings with white scales all over their bodies rushed out from the gate of light with all types of weapons in their hands. All of their bodies were similar to humans, but there were white scales all over their bodies, their hair was snowy white, and their eyes were golden. Kill! Kill all of the humans! Hee hee. So this is the center of the universe, the Tai Chu continent. It really is an alluring paradise. This is going to be ours from now on. Kill them all. The living beings roared as they charged toward the students and teachers in the distance. For some reason, and Lin was reminded of the ancient heavenly fiend celestial leading a horde of demonic creatures into the West Sea in an attempt to wipe out the human race. They were also beings of the heavenly gods, and they were also beings from other realms who had invaded this world. However, the last time they appeared in the West Sea, they didn't even get to see any humans. This time, however, they had descended upon the core region of the human race, the celestial court. Gale force winds began to howl. The beautiful snowflakes dancing in the sky instantly transformed into a lethal blizzard that froze all things to death. In the sky above, at the edge of the enchantment barrier, the heavenly wind god had opened the gate to the other world. The 5 emperors were both shocked and enraged, and they all summoned their respective magic treasures. They had to kill the heavenly wind god as soon as possible. Otherwise, the students of the United University of Cultivation would definitely not be able to hold on. Emperor Qinghua waved a sleeve through the air, and a small, dark, golden bell appeared. The ancient bell chimed in the air, as if it were a sound that would last for eternity. This was the intermediate rank divine tool, the ancient bell of dusk. The chime of the bell could last for 10,000 years. This was a time-type offensive divine tool, and it could be said to be the most freakish power it possessed. It could target all things, and there was almost no one who could defend against this attack. Emperor Qinghua's power of the divine Tao fused into the bell of dusk, and the power that seeped through the air caused all of the plants on the ground to quickly wilt and turn to dust. That's right, there was nothing in this world that could stand up to the passage of time. As time passed by, everything would be reduced to dust. You can die now. Emperor Qinghua waved a hand through the air, and the bell of dusk flew toward the heavenly wind god. upon which a series of ancient bell chimes reverberated through the air. A dark, yellow divine Tao light expanded rapidly in conjunction with the bell of dusk before instantly enshrouding the heavenly wind god. A faint smile appeared on Emperor Qing Hua's face. Soul formation stage powerful beings wouldn't even be able to last a second in the face of his divine Tao light, and even returned to void stage mighty figures would die within a minute. So how long can you last? Emperor Qing Hua looked at the heavenly wind god and asked this question in his heart. Chapter 1320. The heavenly wind god was enshrouded within a dark yellow divine Tao light. The divine tool, the bell of dusk, revolved around the heavenly wind god as it tolled for 10,000 years at a time. Even a Tao integration stage super mighty figure would quickly age and die in the face of the power of the bell of dusk if they didn't put up any resistance. Emperor Qing Hua activated the power of the divine tool with all his might. The heavenly wind god looked at Emperor Qing Hua with a confused expression before cocking its head to the side. "What are you doing?" Emperor Qing Hua's expression shifted slightly. A while had passed, but the heavenly wind god didn't seem to have been affected in the slightest. A smile suddenly appeared on the heavenly wind god's face. "Oh, I get it now. You want me to age?" It opened its hand, and a wisp of white wind appeared over its palm. "You don't seem to understand the meaning of my existence. I am the heavens, and the heavens are eternal and will never age. You want to use the power of time to age or even destroy the heavens? How naive." The white wind vortex had already left its palm as it spoke. Whoosh! The wind vortex sliced through Emperor Qing Hua's power of the divine Tao like a hot knife through butter. Emperor Qing Hua's heart jolted as he hurtled back in retreat. However, the edge of the wind vortex was like a sharp blade that sliced through heaven and earth. It was so fast that even Qing Hua was unable to react to it, and it covered a distance of over 50 kilometers in the blink of an eye. Even the dancing snowflakes in the sky were wiped away. Whoosh! Blood splattered through the air. Emperor Qing Hua's divine body, which he had cultivated for countless years, was sliced cleanly in half by the wind vortex. His expression was extremely haggard, as if even his consciousness had been severely wounded, and his entire body plummeted from the sky. "Qing Hua! If Astra-Sikeu, I'll kill you!" Emperor Ziwei and Emperor Tian Huang roared at the same time. A small silver shuttle flew out of Emperor Ziwei's hand, upon which a brilliant divine light erupted forth, seemingly capable of piercing through all things in this world, and it crashed into the blue enchantment barrier, causing it to tremor violently. This was the intermediate rank divine tool, the Milky Way realm-piercing shuttle. At its peak, it could even pierce through 2 worlds. And now, Emperor Ziwei was injecting all of his power into the Milky Way realm-piercing shuttle. Shattering the void was just a piece of cake. Now, it even had the power to pierce through 2 worlds. Emperor Tian Huang tossed out a piece of artwork from his storage ring, upon which were depicted 9 peculiar beings. Even though their appearances were peculiar, it didn't disguise their paramount majesty in the slightest. Holy mystic map! Summoned the myriad lightning heavenly sage. Emperor Tian Huang made a hand seal, and the power of the lightning divine Tao erupted violently before merging into the scroll. A dragon-like monster with 8 pairs of wings and 4 lightning claws leaped out of the scroll. As soon as it appeared, a sea of lightning instantly filled the sky. Divine light illuminated the world, as if the most sacred of lightning techniques had descended into the world. This monster, known as the Myriad Lightning Sage, let loose an almighty roar before pouncing toward the heavenly wind god. On one side was a silver shuttle that could pierce through 2 worlds, while on the other side was a monster imbued with paramount holy might. The heavenly wind god was finally forced to adopt a defensive stance. It patted its body with its hand, and a transparent barrier made of wind appeared on its body. All of the emperors were struck by a sense of familiarity. This barrier was most likely the same one that had crashed into Shoshin United University. The Milky Way realm-breaking shuttle brought with it an endless white river of stars. It was as if the Milky Way had pierced through the sky. The power of the stars was vast and resplendent, illuminating the entire world. Its sharpness even pierced through the void, as if it wanted to pierce through the entire sky. Crack, crack, crack! The spear struck the heavenly wind god's barrier, upon which an extremely sharp screeching sound erupted. On the other side, the lightning heavenly sage was hurtling through the air at an extremely fast speed. Just a casual swipe of his 4 lightning claws was enough to pulverize thousands of mountains into dust. Now that his claws had struck the heavenly wind god's barrier, they were unable to penetrate even a single inch, as if they had struck the hardest object in the world. The heavenly wind god's golden eyes flashed, and it looked up at the attack that was powerful enough to kill a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. A disdainful expression appeared on its face. Don't waste your energy. I'm the wind of the heavenly Tao. The defensive restriction that I've set up with wind represents the will of the heavens. No one can break through it. The purple star was able to puncture a massive hole in the heavens, but we can also destroy your so-called will of the heavens. Emperor Zue let loose an almighty roar as countless stars flashed through his eyes. The Milky Way realm-piercing shuttle began to tremor violently as the power behind it continued to climb. The heavenly wind god's expression darkened slightly. The heavens had no emotions, but the will of the representatives of the heavenly Tao possessed some special attributes. The divine halo above the heavenly wind god's head finally began to glow with a peculiar light. It extended its pristine hands toward the air, which began to swirl like a vortex of water. Break through! A gel-like tornado suddenly appeared. An extremely enormous power carried a paramount command as it twisted and twisted the Milky Way realm-piercing shuttle and the lightning heavenly sage's attacks before absorbing their power like a stream of water before disintegrating it like the wind. The lightning heavenly sage let loose a wail of anguish as his body was torn to shreds by the tornado. The silver shuttle's power also dissipated in that instant as it was flung into the air by the wind. No, that barrier is still too tough. Emperor Tian Huang exclaimed with shock on his face. Due to the backlash from the spell technique, his body had been damaged and blood was flowing from the corners of his lips. At this moment, Emperor Ziwei turned his gaze toward another direction. There was a white-robed man there. He knew that not long ago, when the snow mountain had flown toward them, that man had managed to slice through that seemingly indestructible barrier with a single sword strike. At this moment, several thousand powerful beings had already poured out from the spatial gate within the divine mountain. All of them were extremely powerful. Their white scales made them virtually invulnerable, and they could use all types of peculiar spell techniques. Ha ha ha! Ants of this world, have a taste of the terror of the wind demons. One powerful being after another pounced toward the students with sinister smiles on their faces. The Tao Body Stage students unleashed a relentless barrage of spell techniques upon the wind demons, but they were unable to break through their indestructible scales. The more powerful ones were only able to inflict some light wounds on their bodies at most. It was quite clear that these wind demons were all at or above the spirit nurturing stage. As expected, they're all trash. Puny ants like them don't deserve to live in such a good world. Kill them all. Cruel smiles appeared on the wind demons' faces as they pulled out all types of weapons. They were already less than 100 meters away from the tens of thousands of students. At this moment, a man in a flowing white robe appeared before the students. The man's appearance was very sudden, but none of the wind demons paid him any heed. If they had paid attention, they would have discovered that all of the students' expressions had changed from anxiety and horror to undisguised fanaticism and reverence. The wind demons were still charging forward in a frenzy, and they could already envision themselves chopping up all of the trash before them. all the way until the white-robed man unleashed a sword projection that extended for several dozen kilometers. Only then did they suddenly realize that they were the real trash. The inky black sword projection obscured the heavens and engulfed all things. The several thousand wind demons were like a joke in the face of this attack. No matter how they struggled, they were unable to escape the fate of being engulfed. The sword projection disappeared. Just a few seconds ago, the outsiders were still rampaging, but now not a single one was left. All of them had been killed. More wind demons began to charge through the spatial gate. Charge! Kill all of the trash in this world, ha ha ha! The wind demons raised their weapons and chortled with glee. They then faltered upon seeing the empty scene before them. Where's our tribe spirit? And Lin wielded his evil-slaying sword with a smile on his face. You mean those few thousand noobs from before? I killed them all. Chapter 13:21. All of the wind demon powerful beings were dumbstruck. Several thousand wind demon powerful beings had been wiped out in the blink of an eye. Did it have to be that insane? Are you going to gather enough people first? Or are you going to charge at me? And Lin stood with his sword in hand as he spoke in a cold voice. The few dozen wind demon powerful beings looked at each other and didn't say anything. However, they all turned around and charged back toward the gate. Gasp! All of the teachers and students drew a sharp intake of breath. They were just preparing for a bloody battle, but they were all dumbstruck by this scene. They ran away just like that. God, and forced back the wind demon powerful beings with a single sword strike. Bad asterisk SS. That's awesome. How can classmate and Lin be so cool? Emperor Qing Hua has been severely wounded, and the situation is not looking good. This is the epicenter of the battle. Students with low cultivation bases, get out of here as soon as possible in order to avoid being caught up in the battle. The teachers weren't very optimistic about the current situation, and they were still evacuating the students. They were all prodigies who had yet to mature, so they definitely couldn't die here. Several dozen return to void stage mighty figures had already gathered outside the blue rhombus enchantment barrier. They were all the most powerful beings of the celestial court. This sudden calamity had the fate of the celestial court at stake, so no mighty figure was willing to stay out of this. Even the celestial court's war god Yang Jian, who was in seclusion in a mystic realm, and palace leader Chang, who was in the midst of her Dao integration stage battle, were all gathered here. One earth-shattering spell technique after another crashed into the blue rhombus enchantment barrier. However, the enchantment barrier set up by the heavenly wind god was impregnable. It didn't even have a single crack on it, let alone being broken. All of the immortals were struck by despair upon seeing this. It's over. Emperor Qing Hua has been severely wounded. Just one attack was able to destroy the combined attacks of Emperor Ziwei and Emperor Tianhuang. What kind of terrifying being is this? Apparently, it is the representative of the heavenly Tao and represents the will of the heavens. The will of the heavens? Could it be that the disaster that the purple star has caused is finally going to erupt? There is no doubt that this is a battle against the entire human race. The immortals all wore grim expressions, but they still persisted in bombarding the barrier, hoping that with their unremitting efforts, they could blast open even a small crack. That group of students is also in danger. We have to go and save them. Hiss! And Lin is so strong, as expected of the god of war of the celestial court. If the heavenly wind god doesn't attack the students, I feel like the students will be safe within Lin protecting them. A celestial immortal exclaimed upon seeing Lin's sword strike. Chang! Yi's robe fluttered as she stood in front of the immortals. Even though she did not move, she was still as beautiful as a painting. She looked at the white-clothed figure inside the barrier, and the corners of her mouth could not help but hang a faint smile, and she nodded slightly. With Lin around, Susu's safety could be guaranteed. His top priority was still to battle the heavenly wind god. Yang Jian wielded an elementary tier divine artifact. The trident divine halberd wore an immortal artifact. The true phoenix gilded boots and wore an immortal artifact. The soaring universe soaring heaven's battle armor. Just by standing in the void, the formless battle intent that he inadvertently released was enough to make any cowardly person faint. He opened his heavenly eye, which was supposed to be able to see through all things, and stared at the blue, rhomboid enchantment barrier in an attempt to find a flaw. "True Lord Erling, how is it?" Celestial Immortal Yu Ding asked in an urgent voice. Yang Jian's brows furrowed slightly. "There is the power of laws within this enchantment barrier, and it's not just a simple law. It's a law imbued with the will of the heavens." The will of the heavens? Even though all of the immortals were mentally prepared, they still couldn't help but let loose cries of surprise. They had thought about facing all types of powerful enemies, but never would they have thought that they would have to oppose the heavens one day. This was truly going to defy the natural order. So what if it's the will of the heavens? As long as we're powerful enough, we can even slay the heavens. Just as all of the immortals were feeling extremely pressured, a pleasant yet encouraging voice sounded beside their ears, causing all of the immortals to shudder. All of the immortals turned toward the source of the voice to discover a pristine white ball of her flapping its intricate wings in the air. It pouted with a solemn expression on its adorable little face, as if it really was going to slay the heavens. "Come, man can conquer the heavens. Let's slay this accursed heavens." The adorable white pet roared with fervor and passion. All of the immortals. It was none other than Xue Zhantian, Dabai, and the others. Many of the immortals were well aware of Xue Zhantian's personality, so they naturally ignored him and continued to look on at the battle taking place within the enchantment barrier with anxious expressions. Within the enchantment barrier, after blocking the attacks from the two emperors, the heavenly wind god casually extended a palm, upon which a transparent palm of wind broke through several dozen of Emperor Ziwei's defensive spell techniques before slamming him down onto the floating continent, where over 100 of the mountains on the continent were razed to the ground. PFFF! Emperor Ziwei threw up a mouthful of blood, which was intermingled with some internal organs. The heavenly wind god had only unleashed one more attack, and it had severely wounded another emperor. All of the immortals outside the enchantment barrier were trembling with fear. One had to realize that even among Dao integration stage super mighty figures, these emperors were all quite powerful. However, they couldn't even wound the heavenly wind god before being reduced to such a pitiful state. Their opponents could no longer be described as just powerful. This was an opponent that didn't make sense at all. The heavenly wind god raised a hand and was just about to slam Emperor Tian Huang into the ground as well. Emperor Tian Huang immediately unleashed his lightning flash divine technique upon seeing this, and his body transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed through the air. In a single second, he had changed directions over 10,000 times. The heavenly wind god's hand faltered, as if it didn't know where to start. All of the immortals finally saw hope. That representative of the heavenly Tao doesn't seem to be able to keep up with Emperor Tian Huang's speed. It's not invincible. That's right, it does have a weakness. In terms of speed, Emperor Tian Huang is superior to it. That's the advantage of being an emperor. Right at this moment, a smile suddenly appeared on the heavenly wind god's face. It splayed open its hands before pressing them down onto the ground. Boom! In that instant, it was as if the heavens had collapsed. A terrifying power fell from the sky, encompassing a radius of over 50 kilometers. Boundless power crashed down with dazzling divine might, and the earth instantly caved in. Emperor Tian Huang was in the process of evading and waiting for an opportunity to attack, but he was completely unable to evade such a massive power, and his body was forced into the ground by the abrupt power. Wind is omnipresent. Heaven encompasses everything. How are you going to evade my attack? The heavenly wind god raised its head with a cold expression on its face. All of a sudden, the heavenly wind god sensed a power that enshrouded the entire heaven and earth. A black formation appeared on the ground, instantly engulfing the sun. The formation was massive and complex, and its Tao realm was so high that one couldn't even see the end of it. This was a formation at the pinnacle of the Tao integration stage. It was imbued with the most profound power of annihilation, as if it were going to engulf all things. A man stepped through the air. "Thank you for buying time for me. The heaven engulfing formation has been fully activated." "So what?" "I, Emperor Changshan, am going to engulf it today." Chapter 1322. Emperor Changshan was a Tao integration stage, super mighty figure, and the #1 spell formation master in the Kingdom of the Nine States. The 4-9 Immortal Sects Sect Protection Formation, the 99-fold Extreme Heavenly Formation, which was able to force Lu Mingxian into retreat, had been created by Emperor Changshan. The sky engulfing formation that he had unleashed with all his might had a very cheesy name, but it was the true trump card of his sect. This was the culmination of his entire life's work in order to unleash his most powerful killing technique in a moment of life and death. He had created this formation in order to deal with strong enemies. Even if it was the heavens, he would be able to devour them. Would they be afraid of it? However, what he didn't think was that the sky engulfing formation really was going to be used to engulf the heavens. The inky black formation exuded the most powerful power of annihilation. It could engulf living beings, it could engulf space, it could engulf light, it could engulf everything within the range of the formation. The heavenly wind god's body began to tremble uncontrollably in that instant. The sky engulfing formation was like a gargantuan abyssal mouth that could engulf all things, and it drew closer and closer to the heavenly wind god. Even the space around the formation was sucked in and engulfed by the formation like liquid. The heavenly wind god tried to shift its position, but to its surprise, its body was completely immobilized by a terrifying suction force. Your protective barrier is indeed very powerful, but my formation can engulf you first before slowly digesting you. Emperor Changshan held a crimson carving brush in his hand before inscribing one divine symbol after another into the formation. All of the immortals outside the enchantment barrier were extremely unsettled by the sight of the all-engulfing formation within the enchantment barrier. It was like an invincible black hole baring its fangs to engulf all things, striking everyone with a sense of despair. They had no doubt that if they were to face that formation head-on, they would most likely be sucked into it and reduced to dust in less than a second. The heavenly wind, God's body, slowly approached the formation, having clearly been affected by the power of the sky engulfing formation. A wind barrier that was imbued with the power of laws didn't mean that it was invincible. This was just like how a snowy mountain could be smashed off course through physical means, even with the power of laws enshrouding it, provided that the power of laws was powerful enough. The heavenly wind god looked at the approaching formation, and a divine light erupted from the divine halo above its head as it extended a golden finger. Rings of wind appeared on her translucent, jade-like arms. Every time a ring of wind appeared, the power accumulated at her fingertips would increase by a notch. After accumulating over 100 rings of wind, she finally pointed her finger at the array that was pouncing towards her. Gold origin battle wind. Golden wind gushed out from his fingertips. In the dark space of the great formation, it was like a ray of sunlight piercing through the darkness, piercing towards the sky, devouring great formation with endless fighting spirit and a sharp light that could pierce through everything. Trying to swallow the sky? He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. At that moment, the heavenly wind god seemed to have transformed into an invincible war god. Battle intent surged from its body, and it was as if it were looking down on all other living beings. The formation was capable of devouring everything in its path, and it was rapidly whittling away at the power of the golden origin battle winds. However, the golden origin battle wind was like a sharp knife, piercing toward the core of the spell formation at an extremely fast speed. Boom! The golden wind pierced through the all-engulfing formation, leaving a golden trail in its wake as it pierced through heaven and earth before reaching the blue enchantment barrier. Emperor Changsheng's sky-devouring great formation had been shattered by the heavenly wind god's finger. After being pierced through by the golden origin battle wind, the sky-devouring great formation was instantly shattered, and its power dissipated as light returned to heaven and earth. The number one spell formation master of the Kingdom of the Nine States, Emperor Changsheng, was also struck by the backlash from the spell formation, and he threw up a mouthful of blood. Emperor Changsheng! Teacher, it's over. Emperor Changsheng's most powerful formation was destroyed by a single finger from the heavenly wind god? Who else can stop that terrifying enemy? All of the immortals outside the enchantment barrier turned deathly pale. In their eyes, Emperor Changsheng was an invincible being after setting up the spell formation. Who would have thought that such a powerful super mighty figure would be vanquished by a single finger from the heavenly wind god? This was far too astonishing, and all of the immortals were struck by a sense of asphyxiation. All of the students within the enchantment barrier were filled with despair. One legendary immortal after another had been vanquished before their very eyes. The heavenly wind god with the heavenly wind divine halo above his head had become their worst nightmare. Ha! You're all dead. The 7 monarchs of our wind demon tribe have all arrived. Die, you pieces of sh*T. Stain the earth red with blood. Hundreds of wind demon powerful beings surged out from the gate in the snow mountain. Among them were 7 extremely powerful foreign tribe powerful beings. Not only were they quite large in size, but they were also enshrouded by streams of wind that were as sharp as sabers and swords, just like the power of Enlin and the others' domains. You're that piece of sh*T who killed my subordinates. Roar! I'm going to chop you into pieces and eat you. The 7 powerful foreign tribe powerful beings flew toward Enlin like howling winds. Enlin didn't say anything and merely unleashed a sword strike. An inky black sword projection engulfed heaven and earth like a black crescent moon sweeping through the earth, instantly shredding the 7 powerful foreign tribe powerful beings into pieces, as well as the hundreds of wind demon powerful beings behind them. Another complete annihilation. The students and teachers didn't even have a chance to get nervous before they relaxed again. Senior student Enlin sure is reliable. I've never seen Godin lose before. He's a true war god. He's a man of few words. He can defeat 10,000 enemies with one sword strike. The students didn't get a chance to fight, so they could only comfort Enlin with their mouths. At this moment, more foreign tribe powerful beings were still surging out from the spatial gate. Charge! Ha ha ha! The 7 monarchs are here in person. How are you going to survive? Go to hell! Holy F***CK! Where are our people? All of the foreign tribe powerful beings were dumbstruck by the sight of a man standing in front of them with a sword in his hand. Very quickly, they realized what had happened in front of them. It was a horrifying fact. All the warriors who had come out earlier were dead. Screams erupted as the wind demons all turned around and ran back into the spatial gate. History was always eerily similar, and Lin was able to scare off the foreign tribe powerful beings again with his unstoppable power. What he was doing was akin to blocking a fountain. He would kill one if they came, and if they came in groups, he would kill them all. All of the enemies would die as soon as they came out, so they could only obediently hide back into the other world. The Wind Demon tribe's grand plan to invade the continent had only just begun, and they had already been dealt a heavy blow. However, in contrast, the heavenly wind god was able to crush the 5 emperors with ease. Die! The heavenly wind god stepped forward, and its body instantly appeared before Emperor Changsheng like a bolt of lightning before stabbing a finger toward Emperor Changsheng's head at the same time. The power of this finger was comparable to the one that had broken the heaven-engulfing formation. If it really did strike, Emperor Changsheng would most likely be killed. It was also at this moment. A palm struck the heavenly wind god's face from the side. Bam! A dull thump erupted. The heavenly wind god's face twisted as its body was knocked flying for over a kilometer. Chapter 13:23. The high and mighty wind god, who possessed supreme power, was sent flying with a single slap. In that instant, the air became completely silent. Everyone looked into the void and saw an elegant and calm man waving his hand. His white imperial robe fluttered like clouds and mist, making him look ethereal like an immortal. The scene was extremely natural, as if it had merged with heaven and earth. The immortals outside the barrier were stunned, and so were the students. After defeating the 4 emperors of the celestial court in an invincible manner, the heavenly wind god became even more terrifying and invincible in everyone's eyes. However, right at this moment, the celestial Dharch sprang into action and knocked back the heavenly wind god with a single strike. This was like a ray of hope that reignited everyone's hopes. The high and mighty heavenly wind god was slapped in the face. What a relief! The celestial Dharch is so handsome. Daddy, Daddy, you're the best. Daddy, you can do it. Amidst the excited voices of the immortals, 7 extremely beautiful female immortals were excitedly cheering for the man inside the barrier. The celestial Dharch was the most powerful being in the celestial court and even the entire kingdom of the 9 states. He was a super mighty figure at the pinnacle of the Tao integration stage, and he had finally shown everyone a glimmer of hope. The heavenly wind god stabilized its body in midair, and a smile suddenly appeared on its face. An attack like this really doesn't hurt at all. The celestial Thearcha's eyes reflected the sky, and there were countless tiny divine runes flashing in his eyes, flashing hundreds of millions of times at a time, as if he were performing some kind of meticulous calculation. Oh, interesting. Your divine Tao is related to the heavens. Are you analyzing me? Using the power of heaven to analyze me? He. The heavenly wind god seemed to have discovered something extremely amusing, and it chortled with glee. Are you an idiot? I'm the heavens, and you're begging me to attack you? Did I give you permission to do so? With that, it waved one of its hands, and a transparent wind blew across 3,000 miles. The connection between the celestial Dharch and the heavens above was suddenly severed. However, the celestial Thearcha's expression didn't change in the slightest. All of you will be weakened upon entering the Tai Chu continent. Isn't this the doing of the heavenly Tao? It's a fight between ourselves, so why is it impossible for me to ask you to deal with you? Ha ha ha. The heavenly wind god chortled with glee as a hint of disdain appeared in its golden eyes. You? Do you think you're worthy? Whoosh, like a gust of wind, a clean and powerful palm suddenly appeared in front of him. The heavenly wind god's expression shifted drastically. The celestial Dharch appeared before it as if he had teleported, and this speed was beyond what it could determine. Creak! The hand was neither too large nor too small, but it just so happened to grab onto the heavenly wind god's head. A power that contained the might of the heavens gathered on his palm. Its might wasn't terrifying, yet it contained an indisputable and absolute force that was supreme and boundless. Analysis complete. Decompose and destroy. The celestial Dharch looked directly into the heavenly wind god's emotionless eyes, and his voice was as ethereal as the voice of the heavens. The next moment, an explosion resounded throughout the world. Bang! The heavenly wind god's head was crushed. Ah! The heavenly wind god's blood-curdling cries erupted throughout heaven and earth as its body crumbled and its divine halo shattered. In the end, its body completely disappeared from the world, as if it had never been there. The world regained its clarity. He won? Great! We finally won. The celestial emperor is mighty. Ha ha ha! The accursed heavenly wind god is finally dead. And it was insta-killed too, as expected of the most powerful being in the kingdom of the 9 states. The heavenly wind god's death sent all of the immortals and all of the teachers and students into ecstasy. The heavenly wind god's power was unfathomable, and the celestial darch was their final barrier. If even the celestial darch couldn't stop it, then it was unimaginable what the consequences would be if it was released. Perhaps the destruction of the celestial court and the fall of the kingdom of the 9 states really were not too far away in the future. All of the teachers and students had already begun to cheer with elation in their hearts. This was the joy of finally vanquishing a terrifying enemy in a time of peril for the celestial court. The celestial darch stood in midair with his brows furrowed slightly. No, the enchantment barrier hasn't been dispelled yet, and there's still a maintaining this spell formation. This proves that a voice suddenly swept forth like the wind. This proves that I'm still alive. The white blade of wind tore through the celestial Thearcha's protective true essence and punctured his heart. Blood stained his white imperial robe. Is that right? The heavenly wind god's voice was like a nightmare. White wind converged to form a pristine white humanoid figure with a divine halo above its head. It appeared behind the celestial darch with a wind sword in its hand, which had punctured the celestial Thearcha's heart. All of the celestial immortals outside the enchantment barrier and all of the teachers and students within the enchantment barrier felt as if they had been plunged into a glacial cavern upon seeing this. The 7 celestial maidens yelled for their father as they unleashed spell techniques in a frenzy to attack the enchantment barrier. I admit that you can draw upon the power of the heavens, and you do have the power to harm me, but it's a pity. The heavenly wind god's expression gradually became more and more sinister. I'm more powerful than you, so you'll never be able to kill me. The white wind sword glowed with a divine light, and it was just about to tear the celestial Thearcha's body into shreds. However, right at this moment, extremely terrifying energy fluctuations surged forth from 4 different directions at the same time. Emperor Tianhuang, Emperor Ziwei, Emperor Qinghua, and Emperor Changsheng all sprang into action at the same time, arriving before the heavenly wind god in the blink of an eye. It was also at this moment that the celestial darch unleashed a backhanded slap toward the heavenly wind god's face. The heavenly wind god's heart jolted slightly upon seeing this, and its body shot back several hundred meters to evade the 5 emperors' attacks. However, before the 5 emperors had a chance to catch their breath, the heavenly wind god pounced toward them again. Elsewhere, all of the teachers and students had already retreated to the edge of the enchantment barrier. And Lin, can you really break this enchantment barrier? Su Xiaolan asked with an expectant expression. I can try. The power of this enchantment barrier is similar to the power of the protective barrier around the snow mountain. Didn't you see how I sliced through the snow mountain with my sword? If I can slice through the snow mountain, then I think this blue rhombus enchantment barrier should be no problem, and Lin replied. Then I'll be counting on you, classmate in Lin, Vice Principal Yuhua said. And Lin didn't waste any more time with words as he slashed his evil-slaying sword toward the enchantment barrier. In order to ensure that he didn't have enough power to break through the enchantment barrier, he instantly unleashed his origin energy of the netherworld, thereby unleashing his most powerful sword strike. Boom! An earth-shattering boom erupted. The blade of the sword struck the enchantment barrier, but it was unable to pierce through it, and Lin's heart jolted with shock. What a tough shell! Could it be that I didn't use my divine sword domain? A cold and tender voice sounded. No, even without using my domain, I still have the power to slice through laws. You're just too weak. And Lin, was it really okay to say something like that in front of all of the teachers and students? Just as they were feeling awkward, a terrifying wind energy explosion suddenly erupted in the distance. The terrifying gale force winds blasted over 100 nearby mountains into the ground, creating craters that were tens of thousands of meters in radius. The 5 emperors lay in the crater, drenched in blood. It's over. The heavenly wind god stood at the center of the explosion with golden winds revolving around its body.